Back in the day, when the game was new, clickies were how everybody did everything. But the game is a lot different now. I mean, remove fear boots, those aren't bad, because having the ability to remove fear, same as protection from evil. Divine favor used to be a good clicky to have, but now, grease is good if you want to, like, troll your friends. Most of it, though, is just junk. They need to update the guild and make it a little bit more like a modern MMO. Something like SWOTOR is a good example where you can see accounts. You have the ability to tell who is an account. So if somebody is a troll on tune number 1 and then they log in on tune number 2, you can see it's the same person. In SWOTOR, that's really easy to see, and you can ban the entire account, so they could make 100 tunes, they can't guild any of them because the account is banned at the root level, right? Whereas in this game, it doesn't matter. The game has no ability to detect an account at all. It's only based on an individual tune, which is unfortunate because of the 800 spots that we have. Somebody could technically put like 14 characters in the guild. There's no way for me to tell that it's the same person. And as a result, too, like different than SWOTOR or another MMO, other MMOs do it too, but SWOTOR just happens to do it really well, is that they also have an audit system. So anytime anybody interacts with a bank, there's a record. So an officer or the guildmaster can look at it and see, oh, so-and-so deposited this or took out that. It just gives a record so people can keep track of who's taking what, how much is coming in, how much is going out, like donations and things like that. Like in SWOTOR, that was important because we used to collect, things to make frameworks for the ship and stuff like that. But Troggy Trog, good to see you. But in this game, it's not really possible to tell who's donating what. So, as a result of like me managing 1,000 people, it would be nice to see who has given a lot of like shards or money, so we could thank them. Like, and the other thing too, it brings up another issue, that what they really need to do, if they're not going to add in the audit system, or they're not going to add in, what they need to do is add multiple guild ranks and allow me to make a recruiter rank, so somebody who can't do anything but add people to the guild. And then and also could not be removed by anybody but an officer, would allow me to make it so that everybody could add their alts, right? Like add their friends, add their alts, add their party mates, but then they can't actually do anything nefarious on the ship, like move stuff around. Like first couple weeks of this event, I'd log in and find people had moved things around, and it's like, bro, it's not your ship. Don't touch anything. Everything is set up the same exact way it has been on every hardcore for a reason. We've got a lot of the same people who come back, and they just know how I run stuff. I've talked to SSG about it, that the dungeon master not the dungeon master, the guild master has no tools in order to manage the people, and we've got like 1,000 strangers and we're trying to keep them all friendly. And if you've ever managed people, you know that that's a task that's quite difficult. People are unique, and everybody is different, so having the ability for me to keep stuff from being weird is super important, and that would be what the ranking system would do, because right now everybody's officered. And the secret is, in this game, there's technically only 2 ranks. There's officers and members. Even though the leader has a different name, they can do everything that the officers can do. The only difference is that they can actually boot the officers. That's literally the only difference. The officers can do everything else. So it's too much power. It's just too much power, right? It's like, so they need to add in more ranks so we can balance it out. So when people have a bad day, they don't log in and decide to murder the guild, which has happened. You know, people have. I've logged in, like I said, somebody booted 200 people one hardcore season. This is why I officer everybody now. So I don't know if it was a troll against us because they just didn't like the guild, or if it's a troll against, you know, he kicked out all the wizards or whatever. Again, I have no ability to audit that detail, but we weren't even able to find out who did it. You know, it was only later on through piecing together a narrative based on people who were online at the time telling me, multiple people telling me it was this person, and they were ranting about something in guild, and then they started kicking people out. But, you know, I mean, it's stupid. People don't want to... People play video games to forget drama and reality. They don't want to log in and have some drama and reality storm, so... Yeah, right. A dwarf kick... I mean, that would be kind of funny. Yeah, if a dwarf wants to claim lineage from Durin and have a hatred towards all half-orcs, I mean, I would appreciate that because I like that kind of lore, but from a guild perspective and just from a video game MMO, it would be supremely frustrating for people just trying to play the game. That was one of the really good things about Star Wars: The Old Republic. I'm not sure about Elder Scrolls Online. I did set up a guild over there. Lord of the Rings Online has a pretty decent guilding system. It's been a while since I actually interacted with it, but it's much more robust than DDO. In other words, like, it's when Turbine made Lotro and DDO, when they sat down and thought about what's a guild going to be like in DDO, they were like, all right, it's probably going to be 4 to 6 people, the same people who would get together to play tabletop D&D. They're probably going to get together and play DDO. So we'll optimize the guild for 4 to 6 people. And that's exactly what it is. So with me, with 1,000 people, it's not optimized for that at all. It's not really made for an MMO. Whereas Lotro has an aging system, and it has like multiple like different things you can alter. It's like, so Turbine kind of thought the MMO aspect of Lotro was going to be more, you were going to have like vast armies of elves and dwarves and free peoples and stuff like that. And I think it was part of the way that they structured their PvP system with the free people versus the Mordor hordes and stuff. And it's been a long time too, but it's just an interesting that they were made around the same time by the same company, and they took such different approaches. It's the same if you play Lotro and GDO. They are vastly different, and Lotro does some things extremely well. Like, for example, Lotro has always had horses and always had player housing. DDO still needs player housing. We got horses a few years ago. I'm hoping because of the 20th anniversary of World of Warcraft, they are adding player housing in World of Warcraft right now. Like, so if you go and play Classic, I think it's open next month, you're going to be able to get player housing for the first time in 20 years, which I think is a massive W for the game. I think it's good, but people are saying they should have had it 20 years ago. I agree. I think it's the same thing for DDO. We've needed player housing, and this is like, just from a lore perspective, if you were to pick up an old player's handbook written by Gary Gygax back in whatever he wrote it in 1,000 years ago in the 1970s or early 80s, whenever, and you were to open the classes like fighter, magic user, cleric, they have rules for strongholds. At level 10, all the classes were able to not only gather followers, but they were also able to qualify to get some type of a housing. Like a wizard could get a tower, a fighter could get a keep, like a small castle, a cleric could get a temple, a rogue could establish a rogue's guild, something like that. So I mean, like, it fits the lore. I think that's exactly how they should do it too. I think they should set it up based on your class. Like you pick a class for the housing that you want. So if your main is a cleric, you could, you know, get a temple or whatever you want to do. But I don't think you should be locked into that. I think you should just be able to pick. So if you want to get like an artificer's workshop, okay, get the artificer's workshop. Get the wizard's tower. Yeah, if you want the wizard's tower, but you actually main a fighter, you can still get the wizard's tower. It doesn't matter. However you want. And then not only does it set up something that you can have to invite people over, but you can then like, that would also encourage the game to spawn a need for decorations, not only like decorative for like just decorating a house in general, but also like raid drops, saga drops, long quest drops, trophies that come out of the different quests that reference lore. So like you could get an Umber Hulk's head to put on your wall. You could get a dragon wings, you know, or whatever, you know, like anything for your house. And so it would give them access to what EA does with The Sims. They could sell you things to decorate your house in the store. This is what EA does with SWTOR, and they make thousands. They still make a lot of money with SWTOR, even though nobody plays it because they have so much stuff on their store, and all the whales go in and buy it all. The housing system in that game is great. You can do some really cool stuff and decorate a lot of different strongholds, and that's part of the game that I love. Like when I go back and play SWTOR, that's a big part of what I do, is decorating, updating my strongholds, my keeps, my ships. So yeah, we have guild ships in DDO, right? But we don't have the ability to decorate them. We don't have the ability to farm a raid to get like a commemorative trophy from that to show that the guild did it. We can't put like a statue of Sulamades on the front deck of the ship or something. So what we need to have strongholds. I think also a guild stronghold would be good too. And you could even have like the ship's tower there so people could get to the guild ship. But I keep hoping that they do like a guild pass. They give us player housing. And they also update like the guild system in general to give us more ranks, give us custom ranks, allow me to, you know, if I want to theme my guild as like a rogues guild, for example, I could make ranks based on like rogue names, things like that. Or if I wanted to theme it like as a wizard, and not that everybody would need to do that, but the fact that you could do it would be really cool. Anyway, I got talking about that only because, you know, there's just a lot of stuff that sometimes when I log into, I see a lot of this stuff, and a lot of the things that occur are direct result of the fact that this game's guild system doesn't really have any, there's just nothing here that helps me manage these people in a way that I can make it not only transparent, but so that they're not noticing it. Like a great example is if I go to remove some inactive people, it like fires off a red line of text with an exclamation point, and it shouts that I've expelled somebody, like they did something wrong. I'm just removing them for inactivity. I believe people will get the same message when they log in if they've been removed. I have submitted to them a request for them to alter the language, you know, citing that language matters, right? Like we need to encourage people. If they haven't logged in, they haven't done anything wrong. It's just they got busy doing something else. And I also should be able to, if somebody does something wrong, to remove them with multiple exclamation points if I want to. It's just, you know, like, so I'm going to make some space right now. I have a story ready to go. I'm just talking before we start it to people who've come to listen to a story. That's going to happen. We're going to listen to the same reader. We're going to continue with the adventures that we were reading last week. This one's pretty good. I believe it's the Adventure of the Speckled Band that I have queued up, which is a really good one. Again, this stuff is really sort of, it's narratively simple. Like, he was a great writer, complex narrative, but the thread of the narrative is simple to follow. So if you miss a little bit here and there, it's really easy to pick up again. So, and I think we're all familiar with Sherlock Holmes, right? Like, been around for a while now, so. So that's, yeah, what I'm going to do. I have to start doing some of these, but somebody's asking for a spot. So I write them a letter, I send them a guild invite, and this is just me being me. I want them to know that I value them and that I understand they couldn't log in, but this is what we're doing. So Redbeard here hasn't logged in 6 days, right? So that's almost a week. That's a long time during an event. We've been doing 72 hours, but I've been letting people go way over 72 hours. So I've been like very light-handed about kicking people out. I'm trying not to kick anybody out, but we're full at the moment, so I need to make some space. So there, I sent Redbeard a letter. Now, if I remove him... All right, so it didn't show up in red text here, but you can see, and there's no exclamation point here. But in the guild, all the guild color is the same, but it's still, the way it's written, I have expelled him. So that word is a very specific word in English that I would not pick to use that. I would pick a different word. Just me. So I just think I should have the ability to select a better, more, friendly word, because we aren't expelling them. We're just basically removing them temporarily for inactivity. Likely the level 7s are shake and bakes. Like, a lot of us have the ability to just make us at level 7. So this is probably a shake and baker right here, as is this Archlord. Probably made a 7, got it to level 8, and then stopped logging in. So a lot of people are making like loot tunes and stuff, and they log them in for a day, they loot farm, and then they forget about them. So like this level 15 here, I guarantee you is an iconic that somebody made to farm loot. So, like it, probably these were level 7s, right? And then they got a couple levels on them. Who knows? The other thing too is maybe they forgot that they gilded the character in the first place. So this person hasn't been on in a week. Like, that's an awful long time in a hardcore event, even though it's softcore. And we don't want to remove, like, a level 28. They played a lot to get to level 28, 30, 32. No, this dude's been off for over a week, so. Like, I just want everybody to log in and play, but if they're not going to log in, what can we do? It does trigger my dyslexia, though, when I look at this list of names and then I try to type out. A lot of times I get the names wrong. So you're saying that an hour ago, Trog, like this afternoon, you're saying that the servers died, everybody was booted off the game, and now they're back up and people are playing again? I did not know about that. I'm just getting on now. Okay, that's good to know. I did not know that. Do you know if it was Cormier alone, or was it every server? Because I did notice it was slower to log in. Okay, so it was every server. So if it was every server, including Cormier, I would imagine it had something to do with the internet. Because keep in mind, Cormier is hosted by a completely different data center than the other live servers. So Cormier is in Las Vegas. The live servers are in, I think they're in Massachusetts. The 32-bit live servers like Sarlona and Argonessen and stuff, I think they're in Mass. They're either in Mass or Rhode Island, but it's East Coast somewhere close to where I am. And I could understand if one data center went down, so if we lost Cormier or if we lost the East Coast live servers, but to lose them both probably said to me that something happened to the internet in general. Or I did have issues last night with my live stream. I crashed in the middle of my live stream. So it could have been something to do with, here's another thing. The Tyson fight last night crashed Netflix. So I'm not sure if it has anything to do with just the lingering issue that had happened yesterday or today on the internet. I'm not sure, but I was able to get in just now. The book that I have that I'm going to play for you guys should be fine because I have it, have it. So it's not streaming from any website or anything like that. So as long as Twitch is up, then you guys should be able to chill out and listen to the book. And I'm going to play DDO. I'll turn my sound in DDO off so it doesn't interfere with the book, but I'll be here listening to the book with you guys. It's a good one. Like I said, it's The Adventure of the Speckled Band.
Story number 8 in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story number 8. The Adventure of the Speckled Band.
Yeah, Speckled Band.
On glancing over my notes of the 70-odd cases in which I have during the last 8 years studied the methods of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I find many tragic, some comic, a large number merely strange, but none commonplace, for working as he did rather for the love of his art than for the acquirement of wealth, he refused to associate himself with any investigation which did not tend towards the unusual, and even the fantastic. Of all these varied cases, however, I cannot recall any which presented more singular features than that which was associated with the well-known Surrey family of the Roylotts of Stoke Moran. The events in question occurred in the early days of my association with Holmes, when we were sharing rooms as bachelors in Baker Street. It is possible that I might have placed them upon record before, but a promise of secrecy was made at the time, from which I have only been freed during the last month by the untimely death of the lady to whom the pledge was given. It is perhaps as well that the facts should now come to light, for I have reasons to know that there are widespread rumours as to the death of Dr. Grimsby Roylott, which tend to make the matter even more terrible than the truth. It was early in April in the year '83 that I woke one morning to find Sherlock Holmes standing fully dressed by the side of my bed. He was a late riser, as a rule, and as the clock on the mantelpiece showed me that it was only 7:15, I blinked up at him in some surprise, and perhaps just a little resentment, for I was myself regular in my habits. "Very sorry to knock you up, Watson," said he, "but it's the common lot this morning. Mrs. Hudson has been knocked up. She retorted upon me, and I on you."
Knocked up.
"What is it, then? A fire?" "No, a client. It seems that a young lady has arrived in a considerable state of excitement, who insists upon seeing me. She is waiting now in the sitting-room. Now, when young ladies wander about the metropolis at this hour of the morning, and knock sleepy people up out of their beds, I presume that it is something very pressing which they should have to communicate. Should it prove to be an interesting case, you would, I am sure, wish to follow it from the outset. I thought at any rate that I should call you and give you the chance." "My dear fellow, I would not miss it for anything." I had no keener pleasure than in following Holmes in his professional investigations, and in admiring the rapid deductions, as swift as intuitions, and yet always founded on a logical basis with which he unravelled the problems which were submitted to him. I rapidly threw on my clothes, and was ready in a few minutes to accompany my friend down to the sitting-room. A lady dressed in black and heavily veiled, who had been sitting in the window, rose as we entered. "Good morning, madam," said Holmes cheerily. "My name is Sherlock Holmes. This is my intimate friend and associate, Dr. Watson, before whom you can speak as freely as before myself. Ha! I am glad to see that Mrs. Hudson has had the good sense to light the fire. Pray draw up to it, and I shall order you a cup of hot coffee, for I observe that you are shivering."
"It is not cold which makes me shiver," said the woman in a low voice, changing her seat as requested.
"What then?"
"It is fear, Mr. Holmes. It is terror."
She raised her veil as she spoke, and we could see that she was indeed in a pitiable state of agitation, her face all drawn and grey, with restless, frightened eyes, like those of some hunted animal. Her features and figure were those of a woman of 30, but her hair was shot with premature grey, and her expression was weary and haggard. Sherlock Holmes ran her over with one of his quick, all-comprehensive glances. "You must not fear," said he soothingly, bending forward and patting her forearm. "We shall soon set matters right, I have no doubt. You have come in by train this morning, I see?"
"You know me, then?"
"No, but I observed the second half of a return ticket in the palm of your left glove. You must have started early, and yet you had a good drive in a dog-cart, along heavy roads, before you reached the station." The lady gave a violent start, and stared in bewilderment at my companion. "There is no mystery, my dear madam," said he, smiling. "The left arm of your jacket is spattered with mud in no less than 7 places. The marks are perfectly fresh. There is no vehicle save a dog-cart which throws up mud in that way, and then only when you sit on the left-hand side of the driver."
"Whatever your reasons may be, you are perfectly correct," said she. "I started from home before 6, reached Leatherhead at 20 past, and came in by the first train to Waterloo. Sir, I can stand this strain no longer. I shall go mad if it continues. I have no one to turn to, none, save only one who cares for me, and he, poor fellow, can be of little aid. I have heard of you, Mr. Holmes. I have heard of you from Mrs. Farintosh, whom you helped in the hour of her sore need. It was from her that I had your address. Oh, sir, do you not think that you could help me too, and at least throw a little light through the dense darkness which surrounds me? At present it is out of my power to reward you for your services, but in a month or 6 weeks I shall be married, with the control of my own income, and then at least you shall not find me ungrateful."
Holmes turned to his desk, and unlocking it, drew out a small case-book which he consulted. "Farintosh," said he. "Ah, yes, I recall the case. It was concerned with an opal tiara. I think it was before your time, Watson. I can only say, madam, that I shall be happy to devote the same care to your case as I did to that of your friend. As to reward, my profession is its own reward, but you are at liberty to defray whatever expenses I may be put to at the time which suits you best. And now I beg that you will lay before us everything that may help us in forming an opinion upon the matter."
"Alas!" replied our visitor, "the very horror of my situation lies in the fact that my fears are so vague, and my suspicions depend so entirely upon small points, which might seem trivial to another, that even he to whom of all others I have a right to look for help and advice looks upon all that I tell him about it as the fancies of a nervous woman. He does not say so, but I can read it from his soothing answers and averted eyes. But I have heard, Mr. Holmes, that you can see deeply into the manifold wickedness of the human heart. You may advise me how to walk amid the dangers which encompass me."
"I am all attention, madam."
"My name is Helen Stoner, and I am living with my stepfather, who is the last survivor of one of the oldest Saxon families in England, the Roylotts of Stoke Moran, on the western border of Surrey."
Holmes nodded his head. "The
Uh-oh.
name is familiar to me," said he.
"The family was at one time among the richest in England, and the estates extended over the borders into Berkshire in the north and Hampshire in the west. In the last century, however, 4 successive heirs were of a dissolute and wasteful disposition, and the family ruin was eventually completed by a gambler in the days of the Regency. Nothing was left save a few acres of ground and the 200-year-old house, which is itself crushed under a heavy mortgage. The last squire dragged out his existence there, living the horrible life of an aristocratic pauper, but his only son, my stepfather, seeing that he must adapt himself to the new conditions, obtained an advance from a relative, which enabled him to take a medical degree, and went out to Calcutta, where by his professional skill and his force of character he established a large practice. In a fit of anger, however, caused by some robberies which had been perpetrated in the house, he beat his native butler to death, and narrowly escaped a capital sentence. As it was, he suffered a long term of imprisonment, and afterwards returned to England a morose and disappointed man. When Dr. Roylott was in India, he married my mother, Mrs. Stoner, the young widow of Major General Stoner, of the Bengal Artillery. My sister Julia and I were twins, and we were only 2 years old at the time of my mother's remarriage. She had a considerable sum of money, not less than £1,000 a year, and this she bequeathed to Dr. Roylott entirely while we resided with him, with a provision that a certain annual sum should be allowed to each of us in the event of our marriage. Shortly after our return to England, my mother died. She was killed 8 years ago in a railway accident near Crewe. Dr. Roylott then abandoned his attempts to establish himself in practice in London, and took us to live with him in the old ancestral house at Stoke Moran. The money which my mother had left was enough for all our wants, and there seemed to be no obstacle to our happiness. But a terrible change came over our stepfather about this time. Instead of making friends and exchanging visits with our neighbours, who had at first been overjoyed to see a Roylott of Stoke Moran back in the old family seat, he shut himself up in his house, and seldom came out, save to indulge in ferocious quarrels with whoever might cross his path. Violence of temper, approaching to mania, has been hereditary in the men of the family, and in my stepfather's case it had, I believe, been intensified by his long residence in the tropics. A series of disgraceful brawls took place, 2 of which ended in the police court, until at last he became the terror of the village, and the folks would fly at his approach, for he is a man of immense strength, and absolutely uncontrollable in his anger. Last week he hurled the local blacksmith over a parapet into a stream, and it was only by paying over all the money which I could gather together that I was able to avert another public exposure. He had no friends at all save the wandering gipsies, and he would give these vagabonds leave to encamp upon the few acres of bramble-covered land which represent the family estate, and would accept in return the hospitality of their tents, wandering away with them sometimes for weeks on end. He has a passion also for Indian animals, which are sent over to him by a correspondent, and he has at this moment a cheetah and a baboon which wander freely over his grounds, and are feared by the villagers almost as much as their master. You can imagine from what I say that my poor sister Julia and I had no great pleasure in our lives. No servant would stay with us, and for a long time we did all the work of the house. She was but 30 at the time of her death, and yet her hair had already begun to whiten, even as mine has.
Your sister is dead, then?
She died just 2 years ago, and it is of her death that I wish to speak to you. You can understand that, living the life which I have described, we were little likely to see anyone of our own age and position. We had, however, an aunt, my mother's maiden sister, Miss Honoria Westphale, who lives near Harrow, and we were occasionally allowed to pay short visits at this lady's house. Julia went there at Christmas 2 years ago, and met there a half-pay major of marines, to whom she became engaged. My stepfather learned of the engagement when my sister returned, and offered no objection to the marriage, but within a fortnight of the day which had been fixed for the wedding, the terrible event occurred which has deprived me of my only companion.
Sherlock Holmes had been leaning back in his chair, with his eyes closed and his head sunk in a cushion, but he half opened his lids now, and glanced across at his visitor. "Pray be precise as to details," said he.
"It is easy for me to be so, for every event of that dreadful time is seared into my memory. The manor house is, as I have already said, very old, and only one wing is now inhabited. The bedrooms in this wing are on the ground floor, the sitting-rooms being in the central block of the buildings. Of these bedrooms, the first is Dr. Roylott's, the second my sister's, and the third my own. There is no communication between them, but they all open out into the same corridor. Do I make myself plain?
Perfectly so.
The windows of the 3 rooms open out upon the lawn. That fatal night, Dr. Roylott had gone to his room early, though we knew that he had not retired to rest, for my sister was troubled by the smell of the strong Indian cigars which it was his custom to smoke. She left her room, therefore, and came into mine, where she sat for some time, chatting about her approaching wedding. At 11 o'clock she rose to leave me, but she paused at the door and looked back. "Tell me, Helen," said she, "have you ever heard anyone whistle in the dead of the night?" "Never," said I. "I suppose that you could not possibly whistle yourself in your sleep?" "Certainly not. But why?" "Because during the last few nights I have always, about 3 in the morning, heard a low, clear whistle. I am a light sleeper, and it has awakened me. I cannot tell where it came from, perhaps from the next room, perhaps from the lawn. I thought that I would just ask you whether you had heard it." "No, I have not. It must be those wretched gipsies in the plantation." "Very likely, and yet if it were on the lawn, I wonder that you did not hear it also." "Ah, but I sleep more heavily than you." "Well, it is of no great consequence at any rate." She smiled back at me, closed my door, and a few moments later I heard her key turn in the lock.
"Indeed," said Holmes. "Was it your custom always to lock yourselves in at night?"
"Always."
"And why?"
"I think that I mentioned to you that the doctor kept a cheetah and a baboon. We had no feeling of security unless our doors were locked."
"Quite so. Pray proceed with your statement."
"I could not sleep that night. A vague feeling of impending misfortune impressed me. My sister and I, you will recollect, were twins, and you know how subtle are the links which bind 2 souls which are so closely allied. It was a wild night. The wind was howling outside, and the rain was beating and splashing against the windows. Suddenly, amid all the hubbub of the gale, there burst forth the wild scream of a terrified woman. I knew that it was my sister's voice. I sprang from my bed, wrapped a shawl round me, and rushed into the corridor. As I opened my door, I seemed to hear a low whistle, such as my sister described, and a few moments later a clanging sound, as if a mass of metal had fallen. As I ran down the passage, my sister's door was unlocked and revolved slowly upon its hinges. I stared at it, horror-stricken, not knowing what was about to issue from it. By the light of the corridor lamp, I saw my sister appear at the opening, her face blanched with terror, her hands groping for help, her whole figure swaying to and fro like that of a drunkard. I ran to her and threw my arms around her, but at that moment her knees seemed to give way and she fell to the ground. She writhed as one who is in terrible pain, and her limbs were dreadfully convulsed. At first I thought that she had not recognised me, but as I bent over her, she suddenly shrieked out in a voice which I shall never forget, "Oh, my God, Helen! It was the band, the speckled band!" There was something else which she would fain have said, and she stabbed with her finger into the air in the direction of the doctor's room. But a fresh convulsion seized her and choked her words. I rushed out, calling loudly for my stepfather, and I met him hastening from his room in his dressing-gown. When he reached my sister's side, she was unconscious, and though he poured brandy down her throat and sent for medical aid from the village, all efforts were in vain, for she slowly sank and died without having recovered her consciousness. Such was the dreadful end of my beloved sister.
"One moment," said Holmes. Are you sure about this whistle and metallic sound? Could you swear to it?"
"That was what the county coroner asked me at the inquiry. It is my strong impression that I heard it, and yet, among the crash of the gale and the creaking of the old house, I may possibly have been deceived."
"Was your sister dressed?"
"No, she was in her nightdress. In her right hand was found the charred stump of a match, and in her left a matchbox."
"Showing that she had struck a light and looked about her when the alarm took place. That is important. And what conclusions did the coroner come to?"
"He investigated the case with great care, for Dr. Roylott's conduct had long been notorious in the county, but he was unable to find any satisfactory cause of death. My evidence showed that the door had been fastened upon the inner side, and the windows were blocked by old-fashioned shutters with broad iron bars, which were secured every night. The walls were carefully sounded, and were shown to be quite solid all round, and the flooring was also thoroughly examined, with the same result. The chimney is wide, but is barred up by 4 large staples. It is certain, therefore, that my sister was quite alone when she met her end. Besides, there were no marks of any violence upon her."
"How about poison?"
"The doctors examined her for it, but without success."
"What do you think that this unfortunate lady died of, then?"
"It is my belief that she died of pure fear and nervous shock, though what it was that frightened her I cannot imagine."
"Were there gipsies in the plantation at the time?"
"Yes, there are nearly always some there."
"Ah, and what did you gather from this allusion to a band, a speckled band?"
"Sometimes I have thought that it was merely the wild talk of delirium, sometimes that it may have referred to some band of people, perhaps to these very gipsies in the plantation. I do not know whether the spotted handkerchiefs which so many of them wear over their heads might have suggested the strange adjective which she used."
Holmes shook his head like a man who is far from being satisfied. "These are very deep waters," said he. "Pray go on with your narrative."
2 years have passed since then, and my life has been until lately lonelier than ever. A month ago, however, a dear friend, whom I have known for many years, has done me the honour to ask my hand in marriage. His name is Armitage, Percy Armitage, the second son of Mr. Armitage of Crane Water, near Reading. My stepfather has offered no opposition to the match, and we are to be married in the course of the spring. 2 days ago some repairs were started in the west wing of the building, and my bedroom wall has been pierced, so that I have had to move into the chamber in which my sister died, and to sleep in the very bed in which she slept. Imagine, then, my thrill of terror when last night, as I lay awake thinking over her terrible fate, I suddenly heard in the silence of the night the low whistle which had been the herald of her own death. I sprang up and lit the lamp, but nothing was to be seen in the room. I was too shaken to go to bed again, however, so I dressed, and as soon as it was daylight I slipped down, got a dog-cart at the Crown Inn, which is opposite, and drove to Leatherhead, from whence I have come on this morning with the one object of seeing you and asking your advice."
"You have done wisely," said my friend. "But have you told me all?"
"Yes, all."
"Miss Roylott, you have not. You are screening your stepfather."
"Why? What do you mean?"
For answer, Holmes pushed back the frill of black lace which fringed the hand that lay upon our visitor's knee. 5 little livid spots, the marks of 4 fingers and a thumb, were printed upon the white wrist. "You have been cruelly used," said Holmes. The lady coloured deeply and covered over her injured wrist.
"He is a hard man," she said, "and perhaps he hardly knows his own strength."
There was a long silence, during which Holmes leaned his chin upon his hands and stared into the crackling fire. "This is a very deep business," he said at last. There are 1,000 details which I should desire to know before I decide upon our course of action. Yet we have not a moment to lose. If we were to come to Stoke Moran to-day, would it be possible for us to see over these rooms without the knowledge of your stepfather?"
"As it happens, he spoke of coming into town to-day upon some most important business. It is probable that he will be away all day, and that there would be nothing to disturb you. We have a housekeeper now, but she is old and foolish, and I could easily get her out of the way."
"Excellent. You are not averse to this trip, Watson?" "By no means." "Then we shall both come. What are you going to do yourself?"
"I have one or two things which I would wish to do now that I am in town, but I shall return by the 12 o'clock train, so as to be there in time for your coming."
"And you may expect us early in the afternoon. I have myself some small business matters to attend to. Will you not wait and breakfast?"
"No, I must go. My heart is lightened already since I have confided my trouble to you. I shall look forward to seeing you again this afternoon."
She dropped her thick black veil over her face and glided from the room. "And what do you think of it all, Watson?" asked Sherlock Holmes, leaning back in his chair. "It seems to me to be a most dark and sinister business." "Dark enough and sinister enough. Yet if the lady is correct in saying that the flooring and walls are sound, and that the door, window, and chimney are impassable, then her sister must have been undoubtedly alone when she met her mysterious end. What becomes, then, of these nocturnal whistles, and what of the very peculiar words of the dying woman? I cannot think. When you combine the ideas of whistles at night, the presence of a band of gipsies who are on intimate terms with this old doctor, the fact that we have every reason to believe that the doctor has an interest in preventing his stepdaughter's marriage, the dying allusion to a band, and finally the fact that Miss Helen Stoner heard a metallic clang, which might have been caused by one of those metal bars that secured the shutters falling back into its place, I think that there is good ground to think that the mystery may be cleared along those lines. But what then did the gipsies do? I cannot imagine. I see many objections to any such theory. And so do I. It is precisely for that reason that we are going to Stoke Moran this day. I want to see whether the objections are fatal, or if they may be explained away." "But what in the name of the devil—" The ejaculation had been drawn from my companion by the fact that our door had been suddenly dashed open, and that a huge man had framed himself in the aperture. His costume was a peculiar mixture of the professional and of the agricultural, having a black top hat, a long frock coat, and a pair of high gaiters, with a hunting crop swinging in his hand. So tall was he that his hat actually brushed the crossbar of the doorway, and his breadth seemed to span it across from side to side. A large face, seared with 1,000 wrinkles, burned yellow with the sun, and marked with every evil passion, was turned from one to the other of us, while his deep-set, bile-shot eyes and his high, thin, fleshless nose gave him somewhat the resemblance to a fierce old bird of prey. "Which of you is Holmes?" asked this apparition. "My name, sir, but you have the advantage of me," said my companion quietly. "I am Dr. Grimsby Roylott, of Stoke Moran." "Indeed, doctor," said Holmes blandly. "Pray take a seat." "I will do nothing of the kind. My stepdaughter has been here. I have traced her. What has she been saying to you?" "It is a little cold for the time of year," said Holmes. "What has she been saying to you?" screamed the old man furiously. "But I have heard that the crocuses promise well," continued my companion imperturbably. "Huh! You put me off, do you?" said our new visitor, taking a step forward and shaking his hunting crop. "I know you, you scoundrel. I've heard of you before. You are Holmes the meddler." My friend smiled. "Holmes the busybody." His smile broadened. "Holmes the Scotland Yard jack-in-office." Holmes chuckled heartily. "Your conversation is most entertaining," said he. "When you go out, close the door, for there is a decided draught." I will go when I've said my say. Don't you dare to meddle with my affairs. I know that Miss Stoner has been here. I traced her. I am a dangerous man to fall foul of. See here." He stepped swiftly forward, seized the poker, and bent it into a curve with his huge brown hands. "See that you keep yourself out of my grip," he snarled, and hurling the twisted poker into the fireplace, he strode out of the room. "He seems a very amiable person," said Holmes, laughing. "I'm not quite so bulky, but if he had remained, I might have shown him that my grip was not much more feeble than his own." As he spoke, he picked up the steel poker, and with a sudden effort straightened it out again. Fancy his having the insolence to confound me with the official detective force. This incident gives zest to our investigation, however, and I only trust that our little friend will not suffer from her imprudence in allowing this brute to trace her. And now, Watson, we shall order breakfast, and afterwards I shall walk down to Doctors' Commons, where I hope to get some data which may help us in this matter. It was nearly 1 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes returned from his excursion. He held in his hand a sheet of blue paper, scrawled over with notes and figures. "I have seen the will of the deceased wife," said he. "To determine its exact meaning, I have been obliged to work out the present prices of the investments with which it is concerned. The total income, which at the time of the wife's death was little short of £1,100, is now, through the fall of agricultural prices, not more than £750. Each daughter can claim an income of £250 in case of marriage. It is evident, therefore, that if both girls had married, this beauty would have had a mere pittance, while even one of them would cripple him to a very serious extent. My morning's work has not been wasted, since it has proved that he has the very strongest motives for standing in the way of anything of the sort. And now, Watson, this is too serious for dawdling, especially as the old man is aware that we are interesting ourselves in his affairs. So, if you are ready, we shall call a cab and drive to Waterloo. I should be very much obliged if you would slip your revolver into your pocket. An Ely's No. 2 is in an excellent argument with gentlemen who can twist steel pokers into knots. That and a toothbrush are, I think, all that we need. At Waterloo we were fortunate in catching a train for Leatherhead, where we hired a trap at the station inn and drove for 4 or 5 miles through the lovely Surrey lanes. It was a perfect day, with a bright sun and a few fleecy clouds in the heavens. The trees and wayside hedges were just throwing out their first green shoots, and the air was full of a pleasant smell of the moist earth. To me, at least, there was a strange contrast between the sweet promise of the spring and this sinister quest upon which we were engaged. My companion sat in the front of the trap, his arms folded, his hat pulled down over his eyes, and his chin sunk upon his breast, buried in the deepest thought. Suddenly, however, he started, tapped me on the shoulder, and pointed over the meadows. "Look there," said he. A heavily timbered park stretched up in a gentle slope, thickening into a grove at the highest point. From amid the branches there jutted out the grey gables and high roof-tree of a very old mansion. "Stoke Moran?" said he. "Yes, sir, that be the house of Dr. Grimsby Roylott," remarked the driver. "There is some building going on there," said Holmes. "That is where we are going." "There's the village," said the driver, pointing to a cluster of roofs some distance to the left. "But if you want to get to the house, you'll find it shorter to get over this stile, and so by the footpath over the fields. There it is, where the lady is walking." "And the lady, I fancy, is Miss Stoner," observed Holmes, shading his eyes. "Yes, I think we had better do as you suggest." We got off, paid our fare, and the trap rattled back on its way to Leatherhead. "I thought it as well," said Holmes as we climbed the stile, "that this fellow should think we had come here as architects, or on some definite business. It may stop his gossip. Good afternoon, Miss Stoner. You see that we had been as good as our word." Our client of the morning had hurried forward to meet us with a face which spoke her joy. "I have been waiting so eagerly for you," she cried, shaking hands with us warmly.
"All has turned out splendidly. Dr. Roylott has gone to town, and it is unlikely that he will be back before evening."
"We have had the pleasure of making the doctor's acquaintance," said Holmes, and in a few words he sketched out what had occurred. Miss Stoner turned white to the lips as she listened.
"Good heavens!" she cried. "He has followed me, then?"
"So it appears."
"He is so cunning that I never know when I am safe from him. What will he say when he returns?"
"He must guard himself, for he may find that there is someone more cunning than himself upon his track. You must lock yourself up from him to-night. If he is violent, we shall take you away to your aunt's at Harrow. Now, we must make the best use of our time, so kindly take us at once to the rooms which we are to examine." The building was of grey, lichen-blotched stone, with a high central portion and two curving wings, like the claws of a crab, thrown out on each side. In one of these wings the windows were broken and blocked with wooden boards, while the roof was partly caved in, a picture of ruin. The central portion was in little better repair, but the right-hand block was comparatively modern, and the blinds in the windows, with the blue smoke curling up from the chimneys, showed that this was where the family resided. Some scaffolding had been erected against the end wall, and the stonework had been broken into, but there were no signs of any workmen at the moment of our visit. Holmes walked slowly up and down the ill-trimmed lawn, and examined with deep attention the outsides of the windows. "This, I take it, belongs to the room in which you used to sleep, the centre one to your sister's, and the one next to the main building to Dr. Roylott's chamber."
"Exactly so, but I am now sleeping in the middle one."
"Pending the alterations, as I understand. By the way, there does not seem to be any very pressing need for repairs at that end wall."
"There were none. I believe that it was an excuse to move me from my room."
"Ah, that is suggestive. Now, on the other side of this narrow wing runs the corridor from which these three rooms open. There are windows in it, of course?"
"Yes, but very small ones, too narrow for anyone to pass through."
"As you both locked your doors at night, your rooms were unapproachable from that side. Now, would you have the kindness to go into your room and bar your shutters?" Miss Stoner did so, and Holmes, after a careful examination through the open window, endeavoured in every way to force the shutter open, but without success. There was no slit through which a knife could be passed to raise the bar. Then with his lens he tested the hinges, but they were of solid iron, built firmly into the massive masonry. "Hum," said he, scratching his chin in some perplexity. "My theory certainly presents some difficulties. No one could pass these shutters if they were bolted. Well, we shall see if the inside throws any light upon the matter." A small side door led into the whitewashed corridor from which the three bedrooms opened. Holmes refused to examine the third chamber, so we passed at once to the second, that in which Miss Stoner was now sleeping, and in which her sister had met with her fate. It was a homely little room, with a low ceiling and a gaping fireplace, after the fashion of old country houses. A brown chest of drawers stood in one corner, a narrow white counterpaned bed in another, and a dressing-table on the left-hand side of the window. These articles, with two small wicker-work chairs, made up all the furniture in the room, save for a square of Wilton carpet in the centre. The boards round and the panelling of the walls were of brown, worm-eaten oak, so old and discoloured that it may have dated from the original building of the house. Holmes drew one of the chairs into a corner and sat silent, while his eyes travelled round and up and down, taking in every detail of the apartment. "Where does that bell communicate with?" he asked at last, pointing to a thick bell-rope which hung down beside the bed, the tassel actually lying upon the pillow.
"It goes to the housekeeper's room."
"It looks newer than the other things."
"Yes, it was only put there a couple of years ago."
"Your sister asked for it, I suppose?"
"No, I never heard of her using it. We used always to get what we wanted for ourselves."
"Indeed. It seemed unnecessary to put so nice a bell-pull there. You will excuse me for a few minutes while I satisfy myself as to this floor." He threw himself down upon his face with his lens in his hand and crawled swiftly backward and forward, examining minutely the cracks between the boards. Then he did the same with the woodwork with which the chamber was panelled. Finally, he walked over to the bed and spent some time in staring at it and in running his eye up and down the wall. Finally, he took the bell-rope in his hand and gave it a brisk tug. "Why, it's a dummy," said he. "Won't it ring?" "No, it is not even attached to a wire. This is very interesting. You can see now that it is fastened to a hook just above where the little opening for the ventilator is." "How very absurd! I never noticed that before." "Very strange," muttered Holmes, pulling at the rope. "There are one or two very singular points about this room. For example, what a fool a builder must be to open a ventilator into another room when with the same trouble he might have communicated with the outside, sir." "That is also quite modern," said the lady. "Done about the same time as the bell-rope?" remarked Holmes. "Yes, there were several little changes carried out about that time." "They seem to have been of a most interesting character. Dummy bell-ropes and ventilators which do not ventilate. With your permission, Miss Stoner, we shall now carry our researches into the inner apartment." Dr. Grimesby Roylott's chamber was larger than that of his stepdaughter, but was as plainly furnished. A camp bed, a small wooden shelf full of books, mostly of a technical character, an armchair beside the bed, a plain wooden chair against the wall, a round table, and a large iron safe were the principal things which met the eye. Holmes walked slowly round and examined each and all of them with the keenest interest. "What's in here?" he asked, tapping the safe. "My stepfather's business papers." "Oh, you have been inside, then?" "Only once, some years ago. I remember that it was full of papers." "There isn't a cat in it, for example?" "No. What a strange idea." "Well, look at this." He took up a small saucer of milk which stood on top of it. "No, we don't keep a cat, but there is a cheetah and a baboon." "Ah, yes, of course. Well, a cheetah is just a big cat, and yet a saucer of milk does not go very far in satisfying its wants, I dare say. There is one point which I should wish to determine." He squatted down in front of the wooden chair and examined the seat of it with the greatest attention. "Thank you. That is quite settled," said he, rising and putting his lens in his pocket. "Hullo! There is something interesting." The object which had caught his eye was a small dog lash hung on one corner of the bed. The lash, however, was curled upon itself and tied so as to make a loop of whipcord. "What do you make of that, Watson?" "It's a common enough lash, but I don't know why it should be tied." "That is not quite so common, is it? Ah me, it's a wicked world, and when a clever man turns his brains to crime it is the worst of all. I think that I have seen enough now, Miss Stoner, and with your permission we shall walk out upon the lawn." I had never seen my friend's face so grim or his brow so dark as it was when we turned from the scene of this investigation. We had walked several times up and down the lawn, neither Miss Stoner nor myself liking to break in upon his thoughts before he roused himself from his reverie. "It is very essential, Miss Stoner," said he, "that you should absolutely follow my advice in every respect." "I shall most certainly do so." "The matter is too serious for any hesitation. Your life may depend upon your compliance." "I assure you that I am in your hands." "In the first place, both my friend and I must spend the night in your room." Both Miss Stoner and I gazed at him in astonishment. "Yes, it must be so. Let me explain. I believe that this is the village inn over there." "Yes, that is the Crown." "Very good. Your windows will be visible from there." "Certainly." "You must confine yourself to your room on pretence of a headache when your stepfather comes back. Then when you hear him retire for the night, you must open the shutters of your window undo the hasp, put your lamp there as a signal to us, and then withdraw quietly with everything which you are likely to want into the room which you used to occupy. I have no doubt that, in spite of the repairs, you could manage there for one night." "Oh, yes, easily." "The rest you will leave in our hands." "But what will you do?" "We shall spend the night in your room, and we shall investigate the cause of this noise which has disturbed you." "I believe, Mr. Holmes, that you have already made up your mind," said Miss Stoner, laying her hand upon my companion's sleeve. "Perhaps I have." "Then, for pity's sake, tell me what was the cause of my sister's death." "I should prefer to have clearer proofs before I speak." "You can at least tell me whether my own thought is correct, and if she died from some sudden fright." "No, I do not think so. I think that there was probably some more tangible cause. And now, Miss Stoner, we must leave you, for if Dr. Roylott returned and saw us, our journey would be in vain. Good-bye, and be brave, for if you will do what I have told you, you may rest assured that we shall soon drive away the dangers that threaten you." Sherlock Holmes and I had no difficulty in engaging a bedroom and sitting-room at the Crown Inn. They were on the upper floor, and from our window we could command a view of the avenue gate and of the inhabited wing of Stoke Moran Manor House. At dusk we saw Dr. Grimesby Roylott drive past, his huge form looming up beside the little figure of the lad who drove him. The boy had some slight difficulty in undoing the heavy iron gates, and we heard the hoarse roar of the doctor's voice and saw the fury with which he shook his clinched fists at him. The trap drove on, and a few minutes later we saw a sudden light spring up among the trees as the lamp was lit in one of the sitting-rooms. "Do you know, Watson," said Holmes as we sat together in the gathering darkness, "I have really some scruples as to taking you to-night. There is a distinct element of danger. Can I be of assistance? Your presence might be invaluable. Then I shall certainly come. It is very kind of you. You speak of danger. You've evidently seen more in these rooms than was visible to me." "No, but I fancy that I may have deduced a little more. I imagine that you saw all that I did." "I saw nothing remarkable save the bell-rope, and what purpose that could answer, I confess, is more than I imagine." "You saw the ventilator too?" "Yes, but I don't think that it's such a very unusual thing to have a small opening between two rooms. It was so small that a rat could hardly pass through." "I knew that we should find a ventilator before ever we came to Stoke Moran." "My dear Holmes!" "Oh, yes, I did. You remember in her statement she said that her sister could smell Dr. Roylott's cigar. Now, of course, that suggested at once that there must be a communication between the two rooms. It could only be a small one, or it would have been remarked upon at the coroner's inquiry. I deduced a ventilator." "But what harm can there be in that?" "Well, there is at least a curious coincidence of dates. A ventilator is made, a cord is hung, and a lady who sleeps in the bed dies. Does not that strike you?" "I cannot as yet see any connection." "Did you observe anything very peculiar about that bed?" "No." "It was clamped to the floor. Did you ever see a bed fastened like that before?" "I can't say that I have." "The lady could not move her bed. It must always be in the same relative position to the ventilator and to the rope, or so we may call it, since it was clearly never meant for a bell-pull." "Holmes," I cried, "I seem to see dimly what you are hinting at. We are only just in time to prevent some subtle and horrible crime." "Subtle enough and horrible enough. When a doctor does go wrong, he is the first of criminals. He has nerve and he has knowledge. Palmer and Pritchard were among the heads of their profession. This man strikes even deeper, but I think, Watson, that we shall be able to strike deeper still. But we shall have horrors enough before the night is over. For goodness' sake, let us have a quiet pipe and turn our minds for a few hours to something more cheerful." About 9 o'clock the light among the trees was extinguished, and all was dark in the direction of the manor house. 2 hours passed slowly away, and then suddenly, just at the stroke of 11, a single bright light shone out right in front of us. "That is our signal," said Holmes, springing to his feet. "It comes from the middle window." As we passed out, he exchanged a few words with the landlord, explaining that we were going on a late visit to an acquaintance, and that it was possible that we might spend the night there. A moment later we were out on the dark road, a chill wind blowing in our faces, and one yellow light twinkling in front of us through the gloom to guide us on our sombre errand. There was little difficulty in entering the grounds, for unrepaired breaches gaped in the old park wall. Making our way among the trees, we reached the lawn, crossed it, and were about to enter through the window when out from a clump of laurel bushes there darted what seemed to be a hideous and distorted child, who threw itself upon the grass with writhing limbs and then ran swiftly across the lawn into the darkness. "My God!" I whispered. "Did you see it?" Holmes was for the moment as startled as I. His hand closed like a vice upon my wrist in his agitation. Then he broke into a low laugh and put his lips to my ear. "It is a nice household," he murmured. "That is the baboon." I had forgotten the strange pets which the doctor affected. There was a cheetah, too. Perhaps we might find it upon our shoulders at any moment. I confess that I felt easier in my mind when, after following Holmes's example and slipping off my shoes, I found myself inside the bedroom. My companion noiselessly closed the shutters, moved the lamp onto the table, and cast his eyes round the room. All was as we have seen it in the daytime. Then creeping up to me and making a trumpet of his hand, he whispered into my ear again so gently that it was all that I could do to distinguish the words. "The least sound would be fatal to our plans." I nodded to show that I had heard. "We must sit without light. He would see it through the ventilator." I nodded again. "Do not go asleep. Your very life may depend upon it. Have your pistol ready in case we should need it. I will sit on the side of the bed, and you in that chair." I took out my revolver and laid it on the corner of the table. Holmes had brought up a long, thin cane, and this he placed upon the bed beside him. By it he laid the box of matches and the stump of a candle. Then he turned down the lamp, and we were left in darkness. How shall I ever forget that dreadful vigil? I could not hear a sound, not even the drawing of a breath, and yet I knew that my companion sat open-eyed within a few feet of me, in the same state of nervous tension in which I was myself. The shutters cut off the least ray of light, and we waited in absolute darkness. From outside came the occasional cry of a night bird, and once at our very window a long-drawn cat-like whine, which told us that the cheetah was indeed at liberty. Far away we could hear the deep tones of the parish clock, which boomed out every quarter of an hour. How long they seemed, those quarters! 12 struck, and 1, and 2, and 3, and still we sat waiting silently for whatever might befall. Suddenly there was the momentary gleam of a light up in the direction of the ventilator, which vanished immediately, but was succeeded by a strong smell of burning oil and heated metal. Someone in the next room had lit a dark lantern. I heard a gentle sound of movement, and then all was silent once more, though the smell grew stronger. For half an hour I sat with straining ears. Then suddenly another sound became audible, a very gentle, soothing sound, like that of a small jet of steam escaping continually from a kettle. The instant that we heard it, Holmes sprang from the bed, struck a match, and lashed furiously with his cane at the bell-pull. "You see it, Watson?" he yelled. "You see it?" But I saw nothing. At the moment when Holmes struck the light, I heard a low, clear whistle, but the sudden glare flashing into my weary eyes made it impossible for me to tell what it was at which my friend lashed so savagely. I could, however, see that his face was deadly pale and filled with horror and loathing. He had ceased to strike, and was gazing up at the ventilator when suddenly there broke from the silence of the night the most horrible cry to which I have ever listened. It swelled up louder and louder, a hoarse yell of pain and fear and anger, all mingled in the one dreadful shriek. They say that away down in the village, and even in the distant parsonage, that cry raised the sleepers from their beds. It struck cold to our hearts, and I stood gazing at Holmes, and he at me, until the last echoes of it had died away into the silence from which it rose. "What can it mean?" I gasped. "It means that it is all over," Holmes answered, "and perhaps, after all, it is for the best. Take your pistol, and we will enter Dr. Roylott's room." With a grave face he lit the lamp and led the way down the corridor. Twice he struck at the chamber door without any reply from within. Then he turned the handle and entered, I at his heels with the cocked pistol in my hand. It was a singular sight which met our eyes. On the table stood a dark lantern with the shutter half open, throwing a brilliant beam of light upon the iron safe, the door of which was ajar. Beside this table, on the wooden chair, sat Dr. Grimesby Roylott, clad in a long grey dressing-gown, his bare ankles protruding beneath, and his feet thrust into red heelless Turkish slippers. Across his lap lay the short stock with the long lash which we had noticed during the day. His chin was cocked upward, and his eyes were fixed in a dreadful, rigid stare at the corner of the ceiling. Round his brow he had a peculiar yellow band, with brownish speckles, which seemed to be bound tightly around his head. As we entered, he made neither sound nor motion. "The band, the speckled band," whispered Holmes. I took a step forward. In an instant his strange headgear began to move, and there reared itself from among his hair the squat, diamond-shaped head and puffed neck of a loathsome servant. "It is a swamp adder," cried Holmes, "the deadliest snake in India. He has died within 10 seconds of being bitten. Violence does, in truth, recoil upon the violent, and the schemer falls into the pit which he digs for another. Let us thrust this creature back into its den, and we can then remove Miss Stoner to some place of shelter, and let the county police know what has happened." As he spoke, he drew the dog-whip swiftly from the dead man's lap, and throwing the noose round the reptile's neck, he drew it from its horrid perch, and carrying it at arm's length, threw it into the iron safe, which he closed upon it. Such are the true facts of the death of Dr. Grimesby Roylott of Stoke Moran. It is not necessary that I should prolong a narrative which has already run to too great a length by telling how we broke the sad news to the terrified girl, how we conveyed her by the morning train to the care of her good aunt at Harrow, of how the slow process of official inquiry came to the conclusion that the doctor met his fate while indiscreetly playing with a dangerous pet. The little which I had yet to learn of the case was told me by Sherlock Holmes as we travelled back next day. "I had," said he, "come to an entirely erroneous conclusion, which shows, my dear Watson, how dangerous it is always to reason from insufficient data. The presence of the gipsies, and the use of the word band, which was used by the poor girl no doubt to explain the appearance which she had caught a hurried glimpse of by the light of her match, were sufficient to put me upon an entirely wrong scent. I can only claim the merit that I instantly reconsidered my position when, however, it became clear to me that whatever danger threatened an occupant of the room could not come either from the window or the door. My attention was speedily drawn, as I have already remarked to you, to this ventilator, and to the bell-rope which hung down to the bed. The discovery that this was a dummy, and that the bed was clamped to the floor, instantly gave rise to the suspicion that the rope was there as a bridge for something passing through the hole and coming to the bed. The idea of a snake instantly occurred to me, and when I coupled it with my knowledge that the doctor was furnished with a supply of creatures from India, I felt that I was probably on the right track. The idea of using a form of poison which could not possibly be discovered by any chemical test was just such a one as would occur to a clever and ruthless man who had had an Eastern training. The rapidity with which such a poison would take effect would also, from his point of view, be an advantage. It would be a sharp-eyed coroner indeed, who could distinguish the two little dark punctures which would show where the poison fangs had done their work. Then I thought of the whistle. Of course, he must recall the snake before the morning light revealed it to the victim. He had trained it, probably by the use of the milk which we saw, to return to him when summoned. He would put it through this ventilator at the hour that he thought best, with the certainty that it would crawl down the rope and land on the bed. It might or might not bite the occupant. Perhaps she might escape every night for a week, but sooner or later she must fall a victim. I had come to these conclusions before ever I had entered his room. An inspection of his chair showed me that he had been in the habit of standing on it, which of course would be necessary in order that he should reach the ventilator. The sight of the safe, the saucer of milk, and the loop of whipcord were enough to finally dispel any doubts which may have remained. The metallic clang heard by Miss Stoner was obviously caused by her stepfather hastily closing the door of his safe upon its terrible occupant. Having once made up my mind, you know the steps which I took in order to put the matter to the proof. I heard the creature hiss, as I have no doubt that you did also, and I instantly lit the light and attacked it, with the result of driving it through the ventilator, and also with the result of causing it to turn upon its master at the other side. Some of the blows of my cane came home and roused its snakish temper, so that it flew upon the first person it saw. In this way I am no doubt indirectly responsible for Dr. Grimesby Roylott's death, and I cannot say that it is likely to weigh very heavily upon my conscience. End of The Adventure of the Speckled Band.
Dude, I'm gonna die in here. These things hit way too hard. That Miss Starker was way too hard, too. If I lagged out during that, I probably would have died. I don't really know this quest. I know they do stacks of poison, though, that hurt a lot. I don't see anything else in here. I'm not sure what to do. But these things do way too much damage. And they're very resistant to my hold. And the poison dot is like such bullshit. I have no idea where I'm going. I've done it before, I just don't know this quest that well. I could have swore I was going through that door up there, but it wouldn't open. Yeah, I don't know if this is just optional or what, I forget. Yeah, why isn't Darling this tough? These things are so strong. I have no idea if I'm supposed to be going this way. I don't think so, though. I think this is optional, but I might be wrong. Oh, you got a ransack timer reset? I wonder. Yeah, that may be. Although I just did a quest that I did yesterday, Trog, and I was still on the count that I was on. So yesterday I got it to 7. Today I did the 8th, and I'm still on 8. And I did it after the crash earlier, so it didn't reset me. So I'm wondering if it was like, if it's something specific with maybe the sands themselves where you are, or because it didn't affect me at the salt marsh. So these are optional, so where in the frack am I going? Or am I going this way? I tried to get a ring of spell storing from out there, but I didn't find one. I have no idea where I'm going, by the way. Am I supposed to go this way? I have not been this way yet. Okay, there's a page. I don't understand why Teal keeps running behind us. Right, there we go. Oh, you haven't gotten a lantern spawn? Well, I just got one. You guys saw that I fought one of those really tough sort of vengeance reaper ones that throws down the circles and stuns you and stuff. Like, I'm not sure what happened though, but like for some reason suddenly I'm using up mana. I'm wondering, did they change? For some reason, is my evergreen not proccing? I don't understand. I usually never run out of mana. Now all of a sudden I'm running out of mana. I don't like these rat tail things. If I could cast like protection from poison on myself that would last for 5 minutes, that would be different, but I can only do 20 seconds at a time. It's super annoying. Alright, isn't this where I was? It is. Alright, so can I get back up in there? Let's see. Alright, there's a ladder. Oh. Alright, I think that's what I was looking for. Great. Awesome. Yeah, this is it. Alright, come on, Teal. Stop running away. I'm running with guard up because it just gives me hit points, and that the between the lag and the spiky damage, it's serving me better than an actual epic strike. If you watch my hit points, I'm constantly generating thousands of hit points because I'm losing thousands of hit points. But considering I have like a god-awful armor class and an even worse PRR, doing alright. I'm really getting upset at my minions for wandering off. They keep doing it. Fuck. This is the problem with this game. Like other games that you have minions, they don't do what they're doing here. Alright, they seem to be with me now. I'm also lagged out, so there's a really good chance I'm gonna die. I cannot move at all. Yeah, cannot move at all. Completely fucked. Be really surprised if I don't die here. Maybe I can get up a fucking dancing ball and like catch these things before they get to me, but then hopefully my minions, you know, do what they're supposed to do and distract the stuff from the lag, but got really bad lag. I'm like sticking to the floor. So probably gonna switch off of this tune and switch to another one that does not have a skull lantern. Considering that, you know, I don't want to have to start over again. Like I almost just died just there. You guys almost saw me lose 1,000 points. Skull lantern. Luckily I came back and I was able to heal before I got killed, but I don't think I have to fight here. I might be wrong though. I think this is it. I think it's over. Alright, so we did this trying to find goggles. We did not find goggles. We found boots. It's an artifact. And just one of the reliquary. But we got a Reaper bonus on that, which means I can turn it into a fragment. That's cool. But we didn't get the goggles we were hunting for. I have not been able to find goggles. I've done 9 quests trying to get anything. Can't do it. We got this done though, considering eight Reaper points. We got lucky that there weren't many Reapers in that quest. Oh, I forgot about Fred's first date. Yeah, I've done it. It's cool. Actually like that quest, Party 101. It's pretty cool. So I will plan to do this entire saga. It's just I'm not in the mood to die in lag, so I'm probably not going to do it on this character now. See, I just froze again. Like, it's bullshit. I don't know what they did. They fixed it when they relaunched servers on Thursday, but it's not in a state where I would consider it to be a lot better. It's better, but it's like a small percent better. Maybe like 2%, 3% better than it was. nothing like what you'd hope, like 20%, 30% better, right? Like, and it depends too on the time. Like we're getting into prime time on Saturday, right? So 7, almost 7 Eastern time. That's prime time. And completely lagged out, and it's doing that freeze lag where you can't move, but the server's still moving the mobs around. So really easy to die in that. Yeah, we're almost at 1,000 points on this lantern, right? So it's not worth messing around. I do have another character that I'll switch to. That's basically, it's epic, so I can still do this stuff. Hopefully the stream looks good. Yesterday it completely crashed. And I'm stuck in a floor. Somebody just died to Plague Reaper. So I looked for a Robert Louis Stevenson story, but I haven't found a good reader yet. We have a good reader for the Sherlock Holmes stuff, luckily. But because it's all public domain, it's basically normal people reading, and I haven't found anything that I think is worth listening to, really. All right, so the next story that we'll listen to is The Adventure of the Engineer's Thumb. And these stories are really cool in the sense that, like, they were written in the 1800s, 1892, but they're still pretty easy to listen to. It's not like the writing was that much different back then, so. But he does use a lot of words that we don't use nowadays, so. Dragonlance Chronicles. Dragonlance Chronicles is not in the public domain. My understanding is that, because I follow those authors on Twitter, that they were in some sort of legal issue and they sorted it out, and now they are actually writing new books. So we're going to be getting new Dragonlance stuff from the original authors of the original series, but without that, unless it's them broadcasting it, like the authors, Tracy Hickman or whatever, and I forget the name of the other one. I might have that wrong. That might be both of their names, and I'm just saying it incorrectly. But the point is, there's two of them. I think it's a husband and a wife, and I might be wrong about that, but that was my understanding. And if they broadcast it, they can do it because they own it, right? But a random person couldn't broadcast Dragonlance. That is still under, in order for it to not be copywritten in the United States anyway, it has to be something before 1925. So, like, technically, we could watch like Buster Keaton movies. We could watch early movies, like early Hollywood movies before 1925. We could watch them. They're all public domain. But anything after that, we would have to get permission from the copyright holder. And it's not necessarily that would be an issue for the copyright holder. It's more Twitch. Twitch would probably flag it, especially if somebody complained. Like, I think maybe Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman, yeah. Okay, they're not married. I've read those books. I like those books. So I would wonder if one of those, if Weiss or Hickman are streaming it, then that would make sense. But that's very illegal to do. In other words, if somebody is doing that on Twitch, they could get banned and have their account deplatformed or demonetized, whatever they'd say, because the person would be broadcasting publicly something that would require the express permission of the authors, Whether or not they actually would care, it's Twitch that should, just dismantle that account for doing that. It happens a lot on YouTube, though, so I'm not surprised people are doing it on Twitch as well. Like YouTube, there's a lot of people will just post movies on YouTube, and if you search for them, maybe sometimes you can find them. They're movies that aren't supposed to be on YouTube, but you can like find like a new movie as an example, something that might be at the movie theater. Somebody will record it and then put it on YouTube, and it'll stay up for a little while until it gets reported, and then people take it down. But the problem is that from YouTube's perspective is that there's bots or whatever doing that all the time. So there's always, if you look around enough, you can pretty much find it. I mean, it's not super easy to find like a movie to watch if it's super new, but I have seen movies on YouTube before that were not supposed to be there. People get banned all the time on Twitch for watching stuff, though. Like, one of the streamers that I watch was watching reality TV and got banned for that. And they also removed Watch Party. Like, they used to do watch parties, and I don't think they even have that feature in Twitch anymore. And I think it's because people were, like, not doing correct by the copyrights. The other thing people do is, like, if we all got together and wanted to watch like a horror movie, right? And we do a countdown for, we're all going to watch the DVD and we're all going to start the DVD. We all hit play when we count to 10, and then we watch it together online. People do that. They don't actually broadcast the movie. You have to watch that yourself, but because you did the countdown, you're at the same point that everybody else is, right? If you started when they did. So I've seen people do that. I haven't been as interested to do something like that simply because it requires the other people to have the DVD and to watch the DVD. So I thought it would be better for me to just do what I normally do when I'm alone. I like Audible. I listen to books a lot, but I can't broadcast those publicly. So I had to come up with some idea. That's what led me to find LibriVox doing the free books. And it's a very difficult process to find a good reader because, like I said, it's a public domain. They take anybody. So you could sound god awful, and not just the voice itself. I mean, like, you could have a mic that is terrible and you can upload it because it's free. They're not going to tell you no. So there's multiple versions of things that people read, and a lot of them just sound like trash. The audio quality is just so bad. We got really lucky with this particular reader there, but I mean, I haven't been able to find another. I'm looking for, other stuff. I think that it's just because Sherlock Holmes is so popular that a lot of people are like naturally gravitate towards reading the stuff, whereas somebody like Robert Louis Stevenson, who also is very popular, but not as much, I would say. And the other thing too, like while Treasure Island is a really good, easy to follow story, it's also a much longer book than these short stories. These short stories go off in like, 30 minutes. Whereas listening to the entirety of Treasure Island will probably take like 6 hours or something like that. But we'll see what I can find. It's just an idea. It's an idea to test out like a type of content. People are constantly doing that on Twitch, testing out new ideas. So my understanding is, didn't they change the Mistspawn to be keyed around like you have to kill 10 mobs and then it starts there? Like, are you killing mobs when you're out there though? I think, don't you have to kill 10 monsters? Didn't they make it like Reaper? Okay, you're killing hundreds. I have no idea, man. Are you close to the level? Maybe they did something. Oh, wow, you really are killing a lot of stuff out there then. Yeah. Are you level appropriate or are you higher level? Like that zone's what, level 11? You're level 13. So you should be getting a Mist Stalker. As far as I understand the mechanics of Mist Stalkers. So the question is, do we think that we'll be able to do this quest on Legendary Elite at level 24? Probably not, right? I'm gonna try it. We'll take our lantern off because I don't want to pop a high level lantern, but I really need to get a pair of goggles. So we're gonna try this tune. This is probably gonna end in disaster, but whatever. Oh yeah, it probably will end in disaster because I don't think that on Legendary Elite my rogue is going to be able to pick any of the locks. So we'll try it. Should probably get my owlbear. Supposedly they fixed the owlbears. Oh boy. Alright, let's see if she can pick this lock. Here's fail 1. Fail 2. Yeah, I don't know if she's gonna be able to pick this. Oh, I didn't realize she could pick locks as a rat. It's pretty cute. Right? She's... I don't know why they gave us a polymorph ability on her to turn her into a rat. It's just so weird. Alright, she got it. Okay, we got the key. Oh my god, these things hit so hard. Well, it is legendary elite, right? And I'm only level 24. But I'm on a Dragon Lord, right? Can't Dragon Lords do anything? I thought they could. Do I have a cleric who can res Rana? I do. Why aren't you resing Rana? Dude. I have a dwarf cleric, which usually they're not as good as the elf clerics. Is that a racist thing to say in DDO? In Dungeons and Dragons? My dwarf cleric is nowhere as good as my elf cleric. It's just true. It's true. The elf clerics are just way better in general all the time. And then probably the human clerics. And then maybe the halflings and the dwarfs are equal. We are not going to be able to do that. The dude coming up, he's probably going to have way too many points. I'm not a fan of that green dragon hort mount. It looks like a crocodile. It looks like the crocodile from Peter Pan. Doesn't look like a dragon. Alright, this is probably where I'm going to just die right here, because how am I going to stay alive? This dude hits really hard. I am on a Dragon Lord though, so we'll see. And I'm using quick cuts. My build. So mostly Shadow Dancer. And then quick cuts, and then some survivability out of Unyielding Sentinel. But the reason we're in Shadow Dancer is because my incorporeality goes to 25, my concealment is at 75, and I've got 12% dodge. My effective hit points is 14,000. Like, it's super, super survivable. So you can see I'm standing here at Legendary Elite, and the dude isn't really able to kill me, although I do have a lot of hirelings out, but still, he's really not hitting me. The one downside is because I'm only level 24, doing this myself, my damage is just not that high. So it's taking me a long time to burn down his 100,000 hit points. But it certainly is doable. I don't have a very good armor class either, 57. And my PRR is only 90, so very low. Because I'm wearing, I think I'm wearing light armor. Yeah, I'm wearing the, I have a 5-piece Epic Salt Marsh set going. And these are the goggles I'm trying to find in Legendary. I have them in Epic, and I have them at low level, but I don't have them in Legendary. Oh, Rana keeps dying. Why? Alright, as long as Breck can resurrect these people. And then she can resurrect the cat. Ah, my roar worked. That's really cool. Oh god, Breck just took one for the team. Wow, what is hitting? They're just all getting murdered. Oh, that champion hits really hard. Hey, nice. We're getting a raid. Clarice, thank you for the raid. What's happening, everybody? Happy Saturday. Hope you guys are having a good day. We appreciate the raid. Thank you. Hope you guys are having a good one. Hey, appreciate the raid. And the follow. Oh, I just got 65 remnants. I'm in a legendary elite quest on a level 24 Dragon Lord, showing off how strong Dragon Lords are. Everybody's alive here. We've got a shrine. And we're listening to Sherlock Holmes, but we're in the middle of an adventure at the moment. So we will be listening to the next one soon. If people want to stay and listen. We found a really good reader, a public domain reader, so really cool. And I also have them posted on my YouTube channel, like if you guys are curious. So I'm probably gonna die here. I'd be really surprised if I don't. But we're gonna try not to. Try to use my dragon roar. And see if we can survive this. Here's a champion though. Oh god, all of my hirelings are dying. Which means that I'm going to go quickly after that. Alright, there's a roar into that group. I mean, this is just how strong Dragon Lords are, folks. I'm like doing Legendary Elite at level 24. Will they be nerfed in 2025 when the Year of the Dragon is over? Probably. Yeah. But for now, we can enjoy it. Is Rana alive? She's dead, but Breck can still get her up. Did I actually do it? It's impressive. Wow. I didn't think I could actually do that. That's really cool. Alright, I need the goggles. Let's go, game. Damn it. I keep ransacking myself to get goggles, and I just have not found goggles. I'm hunting for these goggles, but legendary versions of those same exact goggles. I guess maybe the other thing I could do is I could do this in heroic and just use the hay and the star fragments to upgrade to... Like, I guess I should go and see how much it costs to upgrade these. Let's do that right now. So it might be an easier way to do it. Because I have a lot of hay already, so let's see. It's not accepted. Alright, I need the epic one though. This one, right? I'm not sure which forge I'm supposed to use. They made it sort of confusing. All right, so if it's not this dude, is it the forge down the road? Isn't accepted. Is it this one? No, that's the old one. This is not the right one. This is the very old one, the legacy one. So where are people upgrading their... Oh, here it is. Okay, I see it. 5 fragments. I can do that. Yeah, I have all the stuff necessary to do that. So that might be the way to go. Because these things have proved impossible to actually loot. I just have not... I just ransacked a character, and now I've started on this character. So maybe that I do it on heroic, see if I can loot a pair, because they do drop pretty often in heroic, and then I just upgrade them. So I don't want to lose my level 20 set, but I can't keep like fail farming legendary. That's just not fun. Over and over. I could probably blast through it on heroic really quick. I mean, we just did it on legendary elite. But I ransacked a character yesterday on Reaper and didn't find the goggles at all, so I've been having no luck. I'm in a loot desert. Oh, did I pick? Yeah, I highly recommend this expansion for you guys. If you have DDO, if you like DDO, if you're playing it. If I were like tier listing expansions, Salt Marsh is probably a high A, like A+. I think like Feywild, Isle of Dread, those are S tier. So those are like must-haves. I think if you had to pick, if you're like, just give me the top one that you pick, it's either Feywild or Isle of Dread. Feywild set gear is so good, and the quests are super fun, and you can go out and find Fey Twisted chests and stuff. It's just a really great expansion. And then the Isle of Dread, those dinosaur weapons are hard to beat. The augments are really hard to beat. The zone is super cool. The quests are super cool. So definitely S tier. This is good. Like I said, this is A+. The gear out here is great. The quests are fun. The reason why it's not S tier is that these quests don't give any XP. These quests give garbage XP. I don't understand why. I did a quest yesterday, I got 14,000 XP. I was legendary Reaper. I should have gotten like 140,000 XP, not 14,000 XP. It's stupid. So that's the one downside. These quests don't really give any XP, but everything else is good. The gear is good. The augments are good. The filigrees, the artifacts, all that stuff is really good. So this is heroic. I'm epic. We shouldn't need anything. We should be able to just blast through this without any problem. First life character. Yeah, it's true. I just almost died on my main, who's doing a hardcore skull lantern. I completely froze up. And luckily I didn't die. I managed to survive it, but it was really touch and go, and it was super close call. I was doing the quest. Let's see if I have the name of that quest still. I was doing the quest Paper Trail, and with all the rat people like Darling here. They do that poison dot, and I lagged out. It became way too close for comfort. I'm 1,000 points into that skull lantern too, so I would have been really sad. That's why I'm on this character now. I'm not. I have been working my main, trying to finish that hardcore lantern, but I just don't feel like dying. Bro, pick the lock right in front of you. Okay, there you go. Okay, there's the key. Yeah, we should be able to get out of this really quick. I miss my main, though. I miss all my past lives. I miss all the gear that I have. You know, like I've farmed a lot of stuff on Sarlona. Having been there for, you know, since it opened. Like it's, I have a lot of stuff there, so. I have no Reaper points here. Like I have 8 Reaper points on my main. On Sarlona, I have like 100 or... Which isn't even a lot. Like, I know people who have 200, right? What's the maximum you can have now? 250 or something? 300? Or is there even a cap? I don't know. I know that you run out of stuff to buy. Not sure what is the delay in here. I think he's very loquacious, right? He's just talking to us. All right, here we go. Do we think we'll get the goggles? I don't think we will. It would be super nice if we did. No, of course not. I can give a reroll, though, being only 3 to reroll that. That's not that bad, but I'm not going to because I have not come close to ransacking this. We just did it. Oh, you know what's interesting, though? And I never knew this, but you guys can tell me. Does looting the chest on heroic and legendary count towards the same ransack timer? In other words, I would think this is a completely different chest, but I've only done this quest twice and I see I looted it 2 times. I'm assuming it counted the legendary one and this one. So I thought the heroic chests were different than the legendary chests, but apparently it just is the chest itself. It doesn't matter the difficulty or the level that you do it in. It's interesting that I never knew that. I just sort of assumed that if you did the legendary ones, they would be a different chest. I think they need to get rid of the ransack timer, though. Yeah, it's a much cheaper reroll 3 shards. But even 3 shards, man, that's... I won't get on my rant about that. You guys don't want to hear that. Me bitching about that. Because it's a dark pattern, right? It's a dark pattern. Why is it so close to the loot button? That they were hoping you misclick it. Like, that's exactly what a dark pattern is. And companies that do that kind of shit, they, you know, it's not good practice because it's anti-player. So I try not to engage with that system at all. But I mean, I have re-rolled chests. Certainly I have. I just try not to. feel like I'm trying to bribe the DM. Which I say this all the time. Like, I'll buy you Taco Bell if you give me a Vorpal sword. And then the dude's like, I might give you a Vorpal sword. And you will buy me Taco Bell. Except instead of me literally buying SSG Taco Bell, I'm giving them shards. Which, who knows if they'll buy Taco Bell with those shards. Probably not, but maybe they will. Gonna try again. We really need these goggles. You use B to loot all. Dawn, you're smart. That is smart. And I would hotkey more stuff than I do. But I don't because I play on an Xbox controller. So I have a lot of like stuff mapped to the controller, and I set it up years ago, and so I haven't really made any new keybinds lately. But if I did not play on an Xbox controller, I probably would keybind everything like that. But that is really smart. All right, the key is right here. We can always tell because we see this weird stuff. It's just whether or not I can actually see it. I should be able to because I have rogue level. Yeah. So this is the easiest for this quest. I honestly think you could, like, if you really wanted to do this quest super fast, you just step in the door and run up the stairs, and if you see that question mark thingy right there, you know the key is there. If you don't see it, you could just exit and reset it until you saw it. That way you don't have to mess around with the other rooms looking for the key. Not that the second location is that much harder to find, but that key location, it just makes this quest so fast. So if you were looking to optimize your time. I might as well talk about this if anybody has seen my build before. So I'm still Dragon Lord, 37 points, right? Because I have one level of Rogue, I can't get the capstone. But I was in Vistani, and I was in Vistani prior to this in order to grab Miststalker 4 and Celerity. That would give me double strike and also make me immune to energy drain. Well, once I hit level 23, I was able to go into Shadow Dancer and grab Shadow Stalker, which gives me exactly those same two things in this one ability right here. So I was able to then drop Vistani altogether, because that was really the only reason I was in it. Because I use short swords, right? I'm not using daggers. And I was able to go into Stalwart Defender and grab Courtier 4 Standfast, which gives me my knockdown immunity that I was getting from having in the middle here. If you remember, I was using Grandmaster Flowers, which gives you knockdown immunity. So that allowed me, going into Shadow Dancer, allowed me to grab a whole bunch of like defensive abilities here. And then I was able to go into Unyielding Sentinel. I was able to keep my quick cuts, and then I was able to get knockdown immunity added. It also gives me like a speed boost, some hit points, a bunch of stuff. So it just makes this build, which already does really good damage, survivable. And then if I get my gear working, I will get my color spray back. Right now, my illusion DCs are just so garbage, I'm not even really doing it. And this is the weapon. I'm still using the illusory weapon. So that's the build that I'm doing. It's super strong. I mean, if you grab the Sword of Shadows and did like two-handed fighting, you probably do more damage than me, but this particular build that I'm using is very survivable. Like, we could handle a lot of stuff. Obviously, this doesn't matter because it's just like level 3 heroic, so I'm going to face roll everything in here, but we were able to do Legendary Elite, which is really good for level 24. Could I do every Legendary Elite quest? Probably not. because it's difficult. Like, I think Sharn would be really challenging because those mobs are overtuned, but I think I could probably do some quests in the Feywild. I could probably definitely do Ravenloft. Ravenloft is pretty easy as far as the content and legendary goes. Just I'm really not hunting any gear in Ravenloft. I mean, there are goggles there, and I am hunting for a pair of goggles, but I would rather find these because these will allow me to do the 5-piece set. Oh, we got it! Nice! That's so huge. Yay! Alright, let's go. We're gonna go there right now. We'll do it right now. So I'm gonna warp to the 12. Oh, so here's the thing, too. I'm a Charisma Dragon Lord, which is why I can do these scrolls. I have enough UMD. And it's the reason I'm using the Fey Sword. So I'm all Charisma. So I don't really care about my other stats. I'm just basically blasting Charisma. I mean, I had the points to put over here in Shatterkai. I wanted to get Vicious Chain, so I took 1 point in Dex. It really doesn't matter. Over here I took Con. I am taking Charisma here. I would probably take Charisma if they allowed me to in these, but they don't have the option to, so my Charisma is really low. I don't have any tomes. I don't have any really good gear yet, so it's low. It's too low for me to color spray. Alright, so here we go. Here's our epic version, Blammo. Alright, now here's the legendary version, Blammo. How awesome is that? Finally. Man, I like ransacked yesterday. These aren't even best in slot, but with Eversight and the reflex save, the two slots for the augments, and being part of the set, as far as goggles go, because goggles, there aren't a lot of really great goggles. These are okay. Probably the corrosion ones would be technically better for the character I'm going to use these on, but for now, this will allow me to actually, like, alter my set, because on my main, I'm going to wear a 5-piece Saltmarsh and a 3-piece Isle of Dread set. So the next piece I need to farm out is the helmet, the Charisma helmet from Plundered Port in Isle of Dread. So that will be the next thing that I target farm. But for now, this was a success. Hand Like Feet, good to see you. So I have one more story queued up for tonight. It is the, let me see which one it is. It's called The Adventure of the Engineer's Thumb. Pretty cool story. I think this is the story about, well, I don't want to give it away if nobody has heard it yet, but so welcome to stay and listen and enjoy it. They're not that long, these short stories. I think it's like 25 minutes or 20 minutes or something like that. But I'm going to go AFK and get some tea, and I'll start the story up now. And then I'll continue to game while we listen to the story, and then after that I'll figure out what to do based on like how bad the lag is on the server. But I had to switch off of my main. The lag was so bad there, so I believe that this is The Adventure of the Engineer's Thumb. If it's not, I'll try to start a new one.
Story 9 of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Story number 9. The Adventure of the Engineer's Thumb.
Yeah, Engineer's Thumb.
Of all the problems which have been submitted to my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, for solution during the years of our intimacy, there were only two which I was the means of introducing to his notice, that of Mr. Hatherley's thumb, and that of Colonel Warburton's madness. Of these, the latter may have afforded a finer field for an acute and original observer, but the other was so strange in its inception, and so dramatic in its details, that it may be the more worthy of being placed upon record, even if it gave my friend fewer openings for those deductive methods of reasoning by which he achieved such remarkable results. The story has, I believe, been told more than once in the newspapers, but, like all such narratives, its effect is much less striking when set forth en bloc in a single half-column of print than when the facts slowly evolve before your own eyes, and the mystery clears gradually away as each new discovery furnishes a step which leads on to the complete truth. At the time the circumstances made a deep impression upon me, and the lapse of 2 years has hardly served to weaken the effect. It was in the summer of '89, not long after my marriage, that the events occurred which I am now about to summarize. I had returned to civil practice, and had finally abandoned Holmes in his Baker Street rooms, although I continually visited him, and occasionally even persuaded him to forego his Bohemian habits so far as to come and visit us. My practice had steadily increased, and as I happened to live at no very great distance from Paddington Station, I got a few patients from among the officials. One of these, whom I had cured of a painful and lingering disease, was never weary of advertising my virtues, and of endeavouring to send me on every sufferer over whom he might have any influence. One morning, at a little before 7 o'clock, I was awakened by the maid tapping at the door to announce that 2 men had come from Paddington and were waiting in the consulting room. I dressed hurriedly, for I knew by experience that railway cases were seldom trivial, and hastened downstairs. As I descended, my old ally, the guard, came out of the room and closed the door tightly behind him. "I've got him here," he whispered, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. "He's all right." "What is it, then?" I asked, for his manner suggested that it was some strange creature which he had caged up in my room. "It's a new patient," he whispered. "I thought I'd bring him round myself, then he couldn't slip away. There he is, all safe and sound. I must go now, Doctor. I have my duties, just the same as you." And off he went, this trusty tout, without even giving me time to thank him. I entered my consulting room, and found a gentleman seated by the table. He was quietly dressed in a suit of heather tweed, with a soft cloth cap which he had laid down upon my books. Round one of his hands he had a handkerchief wrapped which was mottled all over with bloodstains. He was young, not more than 25, I would say, with a strong masculine face, but he was exceedingly pale, and gave me the impression of a man who was suffering from some strong agitation which it took all his strength of mind to control. "I'm sorry to knock you up so early, Doctor," said he, "but I've had a very serious accident during the night. I came in by train this morning, and on inquiring at Paddington as to where I might find a doctor, a worthy fellow very kindly escorted me here. I gave the maid a card, but I see that she's left it upon the side table." I took it up and glanced at it. "Mr. Victor Hatherley, hydraulic engineer, 16A Victoria Street, 3rd floor." That was the name, style, and abode of my morning visitor. "I regret that I've kept you waiting," said I, sitting down in my library chair. "You are fresh from a night journey, I understand, which is in itself a monotonous occupation." "Oh, my night could not be called monotonous," said he, and laughed. He laughed very heartily, with a high, ringing note, leaning back in his chair and shaking his sides. All my medical instincts rose up against that laugh. "Stop it!" I cried. "Pull yourself together." And I poured out some water from a carafe. It was useless, however. He was off in one of those hysterical outbursts which come upon a strong nature when some great crisis is over and gone. Presently he came to himself once more, very weary and pale-looking. "I have been making a fool of myself," he gasped. "Not at all. Drink this." I dashed some brandy into the water, and the colour began to come back to his bloodless cheeks.
Twitching.
"That's better," said he. "And now, doctor, perhaps you would kindly attend to my thumb, or rather to the place where my thumb used to be."
He unwound the handkerchief and held out his hand. It gave even my hardened nerves a shudder to look at it. There were 4 protruding fingers, and a horrid red spongy surface where the thumb should have been. It had been hacked or torn right out from the roots. "Good heavens!" I cried. "This is a terrible injury. It must have bled considerably."
"Yes, it did. I fainted when it was done, and I think that I must have been senseless for a long time. When I came to, I found that it was still bleeding, so I tied one end of my handkerchief very tightly around the wrist and braced it up with a twig."
"Excellent. You should have been a surgeon."
"It is a question of hydraulics, you see, and came within my own province."
"This has been done," said I, examining the wound, "by a very heavy and sharp instrument."
"A thing like a cleaver," said he.
"An accident, I presume?"
"By no means."
"What? A murderous attack?"
"Very murderous indeed."
"You horrify me." I sponged the wound, cleaned it, dressed it, and finally covered it over with cotton wadding and carbolized bandages. He lay back without wincing, though he bit his lip from time to time. "How is that?" I asked when I had finished.
"Capital. Between your brandy and your bandage, I feel a new man. I was very weak, but I've had a good deal to go through."
"Perhaps you had better not speak of the matter. It is evidently trying to your nerves."
"Oh, no, not now. I shall have to tell my tale to the police. But, between ourselves, if it were not for the convincing evidence of this wound of mine, I should be surprised if they believe my statement, for it is a very extraordinary one, and I have not much in the way of proof with which to back it up. And even if they believe me, the clues which I can give them are so vague that it is a question whether justice will be done."
"Ha!" cried I. "If it is anything in the nature of a problem which you desire to see solved, I should strongly recommend you to come to my friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, before you go to the official police."
"Oh, I have heard of that fellow," answered my visitor, "and I should be very glad if he would take the matter up, though of course I must use the official police as well. Would you give me an introduction to him?"
"I'll do better. I'll take you round to him myself."
"I should be immensely obliged to you."
"We'll call a cab and go together. We should just be in time to have a little breakfast with him. Do you feel equal to it?"
"Yes. I shall not feel easy until I've told my story."
"Then my servant will call a cab, and I shall be with you in an instant." I rushed upstairs, explained the matter shortly to my wife, and in 5 minutes was inside a hansom, driving with my new acquaintance to Baker Street. Sherlock Holmes was, as I expected, lounging about his sitting-room in his dressing-gown, reading the agony column of the Times, and smoking his before-breakfast pipe, which was composed of all the plugs and dottles left from his smokes of the day before, all carefully dried and collected on the corner of the mantelpiece. He received us in his quietly genial fashion, ordered fresh rashers and eggs, and joined us in a hearty meal. When it was concluded, he settled our new acquaintance upon the sofa, placed a pillow beneath his head, and laid a glass of brandy and water within his reach. "It is easy to see that your experience has been no common one, Mr. Hatherley," said he. "Pray, lie down there and make yourself absolutely at home. Tell us what you can, but stop when you're tired, and keep up your strength with a little stimulant."
"Thank you," said my patient, "but I have felt another man since the doctor bandaged me, and I think that your breakfast has completed the cure. I shall take up as little of your valuable time as possible, so I shall start at once upon my peculiar experiences."
Holmes sat in his big armchair with the weary, heavy-lidded expression which veiled his keen and eager nature, while I sat opposite to him, and we listened in silence to the strange story which our visitor detailed to us.
"You must know," said he, "that I am an orphan and a bachelor, residing alone in lodgings in London. By profession I am a hydraulic engineer,
and I've had considerable experience of my work during the 7 years that I was apprenticed to Venner and Matheson, the well-known firm of Greenwich. 2 years ago, having served my time, and having also come into a fair sum of money through my poor father's death, I determined to start in business for myself, and took professional chambers in Victoria Street. I suppose that everyone finds his first independent start in business a dreary experience. To me it has been exceptionally so. During 2 years I have had 3 consultations and 1 small job, and that is absolutely all that my profession has brought to me. My gross takings amount to £27 10s. Every day from 9 in the morning until 4 in the afternoon I waited in my little den until at last my heart began to sink, and I came to believe that I should never have any practice at all. Yesterday, however, just as I was thinking of leaving the office, my clerk entered to say there was a gentleman waiting who wished to see me upon business. He brought up a card, too, with the name of Colonel Lysander Stark engraved upon it. Close at his heels came the colonel himself, a man rather over the middle size, but of an exceeding thinness. I do not think that I have ever seen so thin a man. His whole face sharpened away into nose and chin, and the skin of his cheeks was drawn quite tense over his outstanding bones. Yet this emaciation seemed to be his natural habit, and due to no disease, for his eye was bright, his step brisk, and his bearing assured. He was plainly but neatly dressed, and his age, I should judge, would be nearer 40 than 30. "Mr. Hatherley," said he, with something of a German accent, "you have been recommended to me, Mr. Hatherley, as being a man who is not only proficient in his profession, but is also discreet and capable of preserving a secret." I bowed, feeling as flattered as any young man would at such an address. "May I ask who it was who gave me so good a character?" "Well, perhaps it is better that I should not tell you that just at this moment. I have it from the same source that you are both an orphan and a bachelor, and are residing alone in London." "That is quite correct," I answered, "but you will excuse me if I say that I cannot see how all this bears upon my professional qualifications. I understand that it was on a professional matter that you wished to speak to me." "Undoubtedly so, but you will find that all I say is really to the point. I have a professional commission for you, but absolute secrecy is quite essential. Absolute secrecy. You understand? And of course we may expect that more from a man who is alone than from one who lives in the bosom of his family." "If I promise to keep a secret," said I, "you may absolutely depend upon my doing so." He looked very hard at me as I spoke, and it seemed to me that I had never seen so suspicious and questioning an eye. "Do you promise, then?" said he at last. "Yes, I promise." "Absolute and complete silence before, during, and after. No reference to the matter at all, either in word or writing." "I have already given you my word." "Very good." He suddenly sprang up, and darting like lightning across the room, he flung open the door. The passage outside was empty. "That's all right," said he, coming back. "I know that clerks are sometimes curious as to their master's affairs. Now we can talk in safety." He drew up his chair very close to mine, and began to stare at me again with the same questioning and thoughtful look. A feeling of repulsion and of something akin to fear had begun to rise within me at the strange antics of this fleshless man. Even my dread of losing a client could not restrain me from showing my impatience. "I beg that you will state your business, sir," said I. "My time is of value." Heaven forgive me for that last sentence, but the words came to my lips. "How would 50 guineas for a night's work suit you?" he asked. "Most admirably." "I say a night's work, but an hour's will be nearer the mark. I simply want your opinion about a hydraulic stamping machine which has got out of gear. If you show us what is wrong, we shall soon set it right ourselves. What do you think of such a commission as that?" "The work appears to be light, and the pay munificent." "Precisely so. We shall want you to come to-night by the last train." "Where to?" to Iford in Berkshire. It is a little place near the borders of Oxfordshire, and within 7 miles of Reading. There is a train from Paddington which would bring you there at about 11:15. Very good. I shall come down in a carriage to meet you. There is a drive, then? Yes, our little place is quite out in the country. It is a good 7 miles from Iford station. Then we can hardly get there before midnight. I suppose there will be no chance of a train back. I shall be compelled to stop the night. Yes, we could easily give you a shakedown. That is very awkward. Could I not come at some more convenient hour? We have judged it best that you should come late. It is to recompense you for any inconvenience that we are paying to you, a young and unknown man, a fee which would buy an opinion from the very heads of your profession. Still, of course, if you would like to draw out of the business, there is plenty of time to do so. I thought of the 50 guineas, and how very useful that would be to me. Not at all, said I. I shall be very happy to accommodate myself to your wishes.
I think he should not take this job. So stupid.
I should like, however, to understand a little more clearly what it is that you wish me to do. Quite so. It is very natural that the pledge of secrecy which we have exacted from you should have aroused your curiosity. I have no wish to commit you to anything without you having it all laid before you. I suppose that we are absolutely safe from eavesdroppers. Entirely. Then the matter stands thus. You are probably aware that Fuller's Earth is a valuable product, and that it is only found in 1 or 2 places in England. I have heard so. Some little time ago I bought a small place, a very small place, within 10 miles of Reading. I was fortunate enough to discover that there was a deposit of Fuller's Earth in one of my fields. On examining it, however, I found that its deposit was a comparatively small one, and that it formed a link between 2 very much larger ones upon the right and left, both of them, however, in the grounds of my neighbours. These good people are absolutely ignorant that their land contained that which was quite as valuable as a gold mine. Naturally, it was to my interest to buy their land before they discovered its true value. But unfortunately I had no capital by which I could do this. I took a few of my friends into the secret, however, and they suggested that we should quietly and secretly work our own little deposit, and that in this way we should earn the money which would enable us to buy the neighbouring fields. This we have now been doing for some time, and in order to help us in our operations, we erected a hydraulic press. This press, as I have already explained, has got out of order, and we wish your advice upon the subject. We guard our secret very jealously, however, and if it once become known that we had hydraulic engineers coming to our little house, it would soon rouse inquiry, and then, if the facts came out, it would be good-bye to any chance of getting those fields and carrying out our plans. That is why I have made you promise me that you will not tell a human being that you are going to Iford tonight. I hope that I make it all plain. I quite follow you, said I. The only point which I could not quite understand was what use you could make of a hydraulic press in excavating Fuller's Earth, which, as I understand, is dug out like gravel from a pit. Ah, said he carelessly, we have our own process. We compress the earth into bricks, so as to remove them without revealing what they are. But that is a mere detail. I have taken you fully into my confidence now, Mr. Hatherley, and I have shown you how I trust you. He rose as he spoke. I shall expect you, then, at Iford at 11:15. I shall certainly be there. And not a word to a soul. He looked at me with a last long, questioning gaze, and then, pressing my hand in a cold, dank grasp, he hurried from the room.
Now, that dude is super sketch. Fuller's Earth is like a gravel.
Well, when I came to think it all over in cool blood, I was very much astonished, as you may both think, at this sudden commission which has been entrusted to me. On the other hand, of course, I was glad, for the fee was at least tenfold what I should have asked had I had set a price on my own services, and it was possible that this order might lead to other ones. On the other hand, the face and manner of my patron had made an unpleasant impression upon me, and I could not think that his explanation of the fuller's earth was sufficient to explain the necessity for my coming at midnight, and his extreme anxiety lest I should tell anyone of my errand. However, I threw all fears to the winds, ate a hearty supper, drove to Paddington, and started off, having obeyed to the letter the injunction as to holding my tongue. At Reading I had to change not only my carriage but my station. However, I was in time for the last train to Eyford, and I reached the little dim-lit station after 11 o'clock. I was the only passenger who got out there, and there was no one upon the platform save a single sleepy porter with a lantern. As I passed out through the wicket gate, however, I found my acquaintance of the morning waiting in the shadow upon the other side. Without a word, he grasped my arm and hurried me into a carriage, the door of which was standing open. He drew up the windows on either side, tapped on the woodwork, and away we went as fast as the horse could go. "One horse?" interjected Holmes. "Yes, only one." "Did you observe the colour?" "Yes, I saw it by the side lights when I was stepping into the carriage. It was a chestnut." "Tired looking or fresh?" "Oh, fresh and glossy." "Thank you. I am sorry to have interrupted you. Pray continue your most interesting statement." "Away we went then, and we drove for at least an hour. Colonel Lysander Stark had said that it was only 7 miles, but I should think, from the rate that we seemed to go, and from the time that we took, that it must have been nearer 12. He sat at my side in silence all the time, and I was aware, more than once, when I glanced in his direction, that he was looking at me with great intensity. The country roads seemed to be not very good in that part of the world, for we lurched and jolted terribly. I tried to look out the window to see something of where we were, but they were made of frosted glass, and I could make out nothing save the occasional bright blur of a passing light. Now and then I hazarded some remark to break the monotony of the journey, but the colonel answered only in monosyllables, and the conversation soon flagged. At last, however, the bumping of the road was exchanged for the crisp smoothness of a gravel drive, and the carriage came to a stand. Colonel Lysander Stark sprang out, and as I followed after him, pulled me swiftly into a porch which gaped in front of us. We stepped, as it were, right out of the carriage and into the hall, so that I failed to catch the most fleeting glance of the front of the house. The instant that I had crossed the threshold, the door slammed heavily behind us, and I heard faintly the rattle of the wheels as the carriage drove away. It was pitch dark inside the house, and the colonel fumbled about looking for matches and muttering under his breath. Suddenly a door opened at the other end of the passage, and a long golden bar of light shot out in our direction. It grew broader, and a woman appeared with a lamp in her hand, which she held above her head, pushing her face forward and peering at us. I could see that she was pretty, and from the gloss with which the light shone upon her dark dress, I knew that it was a rich material. She spoke a few words in a foreign tongue, in a tone as though asking a question, and when my companion answered in a gruff monosyllable, she gave such a start that the lamp nearly fell from her hand. Colonel Stark went up to her, whispered something in her ear, and then, pushing her back into the room from whence she had come, he walked towards me again with the lamp in his hand. "Perhaps you will have the kindness to wait in this room for a few minutes," said he, throwing open another door. It was a quiet, little, plainly furnished room with a round table in the centre, on which several German books were scattered. Colonel Stark laid down the lamp on the top of a harmonium beside the door. "I shall not keep you waiting an instant," said he, and vanished into the darkness. I glanced at the books upon the table, and in spite of my ignorance of German, I could see that 2 of them were treatises on science, the others being volumes of poetry. Then I walked across to the window, hoping that I might catch some glimpse of the countryside, but an oak shutter heavily barred, was folded across it. It was a wonderfully silent house. There was an old clock ticking loudly somewhere in the passage, but otherwise everything was deadly still. A vague feeling of uneasiness began to steal over me. Who were these German people, and what were they doing living in this strange out-of-the-way place? And where was the place? I was 10 miles or so from Eyford, that was all I knew, but whether north, south, east or west I had no idea. For that matter, Reading and possibly other large towns were within that radius, so the place might not be so secluded after all. Yet it was quite certain, from the absolute stillness, that we were in the country. I paced up and down that room, humming a tune under my breath to keep up my spirits, and feeling that I was thoroughly earning my 50 guineas fee. Suddenly, without any preliminary sound in the midst of all the utter stillness, the door in my room swung slowly open. The woman was standing in the aperture, the darkness of the hall behind her, the yellow light from my lamp beating upon her eager and beautiful face. I could see at a glance that she was sick with fear, and the sight sent a chill to my own heart. She held up one shaking finger to warn me to be silent, and she shot a few whispered words of broken English at me, her eyes glancing back like those of a frightened horse into the gloom behind her. "I would go," said she, trying hard, as it seemed to me, to speak calmly. "I would go. I should not stay here. There is no good for you to do." "But, madam," said I have not yet done what I came for. I cannot possibly leave until I've seen the machine." "It is not worth your while to wait," she went on. "You can pass through the door. No one hinders." And then, seeing that I smiled and shook my head, she suddenly threw aside her constraint and made a step forward with her hands wrung together. "For the love of heaven," she whispered, "get away from here before it is too late." But I'm somewhat headstrong by nature, and the more ready to engage in an affair when there's some obstacle in the way.
Dude needs to leave, like, now.
I thought of my 50-guinea fee, of my wearisome journey, and of the unpleasant night which seemed to be before me. Was it all to go for nothing? Why should I slink away without having carried out my commission, and without the payment which was my due? This woman might, for all I know, be a monomaniac. With a stout bearing, therefore, though her manner had shaken me more than I cared to confess, I still shook my head and declared my intention of remaining where I was. She was about to renew her entreaties when a door slammed overhead, and the sound of several footsteps were heard upon the stairs. She listened for an instant, threw up her hands with a despairing gesture, and vanished as suddenly and as noiselessly as she had come. The newcomers were Colonel Lysander Stark and a short, thick man with a chinchilla beard growing out of the creases of his double chin, who was introduced to me as Mr. Ferguson. "This is my secretary and manager," said the colonel. "By the way, I was under the impression that I left this door shut just now. I fear that you have felt the draught." "On the contrary," said I opened the door myself because I felt the room to be a little close. He shot one of his suspicious looks at me. "Perhaps we had better proceed to business then," said he. "Mr. Ferguson and I will take you up to see the machine." "I'd better put my hat on, I suppose." "Oh, no, it is in the house." "What, you dig fuller's earth in the house?" "No, no, this is only where we compress it. But never mind that. All we wish you to do is to examine the machine and to let us know what is wrong with it." We went upstairs together, the colonel first with the lamp, the fat manager and I behind him. It was a labyrinth of an old house, with corridors, passages, narrow winding staircases, and little low doors, the thresholds of which were hollowed out by the generations who crossed them. There were no carpets and no signs of any furniture above the ground floor, while the plaster was peeling off the walls, and the damp was breaking through in green, unhealthy blotches. I tried to put on as unconcerned an air as possible, but I had not forgotten the warnings of the lady, even though I disregarded them, and I kept a keen eye upon my two companions. Ferguson appeared to be a morose and silent man, but I could see from the little that he said that he was at least a fellow countryman. Colonel Lysander Stark stopped at last before a low door, which he unlocked. Within was a small square room, in which the three of us could hardly get in one time. Ferguson remained outside, and the colonel ushered me in. "We are now," said he, "actually within the hydraulic press, and it would be a particularly unpleasant thing for us if anyone were to turn it on. The ceiling of this small chamber is really the end of the descending piston, and it comes down with the force of many tons upon this metal floor. There are small lateral columns of water outside which receive the force, and which transmit and multiply it in the manner which is familiar to you. The machine goes readily enough, but there is some stiffness in the working of it, and it has lost a little of its force. Perhaps you will have the goodness to look it over and to show us how we can set it right." I took the lamp from him, and I examined the machine very thoroughly. It was indeed a gigantic one, and capable of exercising enormous pressure. When I passed outside, however, and pressed down the levers which controlled it, I knew at once by the whishing sound that there was a slight leakage, which allowed a regurgitation of water through one of the side cylinders. An examination showed that one of the india-rubber bands, which was round the head of a driving rod, had shrunk so as not quite to fill the socket along which it worked. This was clearly the cause of the loss of power, and I pointed it out to my companions, who followed my remarks very carefully and asked several practical questions as to how they should proceed to set it right. When I had made it clear to them, I returned to the main chamber of the machine and took a good look at it to satisfy my own curiosity. It was obvious at a glance that the story of the fuller's earth was the merest fabrication, for it would be absurd to suppose that so powerful an engine could be designed for so inadequate a purpose. The walls were of wood, but the floor consisted of a large iron trough, and when I came to examine it, I could see a crust of metallic deposit all over it. I had stooped and was scraping at this to see exactly what it was, when I heard a muttered exclamation in German, and saw the cadaverous face of the colonel looking down at me. "What are you doing there?" he asked. I felt angry at having been tricked by so elaborate a story as that which he had told me. "I was admiring your fuller's earth," said I. "I think that I should be better able to advise you as to your machine if I knew what the exact purpose was for which it was used." The instant that I uttered the words, I regretted the rashness of my speech. His face set hard, and a baleful light sprang up in his grey eyes. "Very well," said he. "You shall know all about the machine." He took a step backward, slammed the little door, and turned the key in the lock. I rushed towards it and pulled at the handle, but it was quite secure and did not give in the least to my kicks and shoves. "Hello!" I yelled. "Hello, Colonel, let me out!" And then suddenly, in the silence, I heard a sound which sent my heart into my mouth. It was the clank of the levers and the swish of the leaking cylinder. He had set the engine at work. The lamp still stood upon the floor where I had placed it when examining the trough. By its light I saw that the black ceiling was coming down upon me, slowly, jerkily, but as none knew better than myself, with a force which must within a minute grind me to a shapeless pulp. I threw myself screaming against the door and dragged with my nails at the lock. I implored the colonel to let me out, but the
Sounds just
remorseless
like
clanking
Indiana
of the
Jones.
levers drowned my cries. The ceiling was only a foot or two above my head, and with my hand upraised I could feel its hard, rough surface. And it flashed through my mind that the pain of my death would depend very much upon the position in which I met it. If I lay on my face, the weight would come upon my spine, and I shuddered to think of that dreadful snap. Easier the other way, perhaps, and yet had I the nerve to lie and look up at that deadly black shadow wavering down upon me? Already I was unable to stand erect, when my eye caught something which brought a gush of hope back to my heart. I've said that though the floor and ceiling were of iron, the walls were of wood. As I gave a last hurried glance around, I saw a thin line of yellow light between two of the boards, which broadened and broadened as a small panel was pushed backward. For an instant I could hardly believe that there was indeed a door which led away from death. The next instant I threw myself through, and lay half fainting upon the other side. The panel had closed again behind me, but the crash of the lamp, and a few moments afterwards the clang of the two slabs of metal, told me how narrow had been my escape. I was recalled to myself by a frantic plucking at my wrist, and I found myself lying upon the stone floor of a narrow corridor, while a woman bent over me and tugged at me with her left hand, while she held a candle in her right. It was the same good friend whose warning I had so foolishly rejected. "Come, come!" she cried breathlessly. "They will be here in a moment. They will see that you are not here. Oh, do not waste so precious time, but come." This time at least I did not scorn her advice. I staggered to my feet and ran with her along the corridor and down a winding stair. The latter led to another broad passage, and just as we reached it we heard the sound of running feet and the shouting of two voices, one answering the other from the floor on which we were, and from the one beneath. My guide stopped and looked about her like the one who is at her wit's end. Then she threw open a door which led into a bedroom, through the window of which the moon was shining brightly. "It is your only chance," said she. "It is high, but it may be that you can jump it." As she spoke, a light sprang into view at the further end of the passage, and I saw the lean figure of Colonel Lysander Stark rushing forward with a lantern in one hand and a weapon like a butcher's cleaver in the other. I rushed across the bedroom, flung open the window, and looked out. How quiet and sweet and wholesome the garden looked in the moonlight, and it could not be more than 30 feet down. I clambered out upon the sill, but I hesitated to jump until I should have heard what passed between my saviour and the ruffian who pursued me. If she were ill used, then at any risks I was determined to go back to her assistance. The thought had hardly flashed through my mind before he was at the door, pushing his way past her, but she threw her arms around him and tried to hold him back. "Fritz! Fritz!" she cried in English. "Remember your promise after the last time. You said it should not be again. He will be silent. Oh, he will be silent." "You are mad, Elise," he shouted, struggling to break away from her. "You will be the ruin of us. He has seen too much. Let me pass, I say." He dashed her to one side, and rushing to the window, cut at me with his heavy weapon. I had let myself go, and was hanging by the hands to the sill, when his blow fell. I was conscious of a dull pain, my grip loosened, and I fell into the garden below. I was shaken, but not hurt by the fall, so I picked myself up and rushed off among the bushes as hard as I could run, for I understood that I was far from being out of danger yet. Suddenly, however, as I ran, a deadly dizziness and sickness came over me. I glanced down at my hand, which was throbbing painfully, and then for the first time saw that my thumb had been cut off and that the blood was pouring from my wound. I endeavoured to tie my handkerchief around it, but there came a sudden buzzing in my ears, and next moment I fell in a dead faint among the rose bushes. How long I remained unconscious I cannot tell. It must have been a very long time, for the moon had sunk and a bright morning was breaking when I came to myself. My clothes were all sodden with dew, and my coat sleeve was drenched with blood from my wounded thumb. The smarting of it recalled in an instant all the particulars of my night's adventure, and I sprang to my feet with the feeling that I might hardly yet be safe from my pursuers. But to my astonishment, when I came to look round me, neither house nor garden were to be seen. I had been lying in an angle of the hedge, close by the high road, and just a little lower down was a long building, which proved, upon my approaching it, to be the very station at which I had arrived upon the previous night. Were it not for the ugly wound upon my hand, all that had passed during those dreadful hours might have been an evil dream.
Half dazed, I went into the station and asked about the morning train. There would be one to Reading in less than an hour. The same porter was on duty, I found, as had been there when I arrived. I inquired of him whether he had ever heard of Colonel Lysander Stark. The name was strange to him. Had he observed a carriage the night before waiting for me? No, he had not. Was there a police station anywhere near? There was one about 3 miles off. It was too far for me to go, weak and ill as I was. I determined to wait until I got back to town before telling my story to the police. It was a little past 6 when I arrived, so I went first to have my wound dressed, and then the doctor was kind enough to bring me along here. I put the case into your hands, and shall do exactly what you advise." We both sat in silence for some little time after listening to this extraordinary narrative.
What was the name of the second Indiana Jones movie? The Temple of Doom, right? That's what that hydraulic press reminded me of when Indy and Short Round get stuck in that room.
Then Sherlock Holmes pulled down from the shelf one of the ponderous commonplace books in which he placed his cuttings. "Here is an advertisement which will interest you," said he. "It appeared in all the papers about a year ago. Listen to this. 'Lost on the 9th inst. Mr. Jeremiah Hayling, aged 26, a hydraulic engineer, left his lodgings at 10 o'clock at night and has not been heard of since. Was dressed in, etc., etc.' Ha! That represents the last time that the Colonel needed to have his machine overhauled, I fancy." "Good heavens!" cried my patient. "Then that explains what the girl said." "Undoubtedly. It is quite clear that the Colonel was a cool and desperate man who was absolutely determined that nothing should stand in the way of his little game, like those out-and-out pirates who will leave no survivor from a captured ship. Well, every moment now is precious, so if you feel equal to it we shall go down to Scotland Yard at once as a preliminary to starting for Eyford." Some 3 hours or so afterwards we were all in the train together, bound from Reading to the little Berkshire village. There were Sherlock Holmes, the hydraulic engineer, Inspector Bradstreet of Scotland Yard, a plainclothes man, and myself. Bradstreet had spread an ordnance map of the county out upon the seat, and was busy with his compasses drawing a circle with Eyford for its centre. "There you are," said he. "That circle is drawn at a radius of 10 miles from the village. The place we want must be somewhere near that line. You said 10 miles, I think, sir?" "It was an hour's good drive." "And you think that they brought you back all that way when you were unconscious?" "They must have done so. I have a confused memory, too, of having been lifted and conveyed somewhere." "What I cannot understand," said I, "is why they should have spared you when they found you lying fainting in the garden. Perhaps the villain was softened by the woman's entreaties." "I hardly think that likely. I never saw a more inexorable face in my life." "Oh, we shall soon clear up all that," said Bradstreet. "Well, I've drawn my circle, and I only wish I knew at what point upon it the folk that we are in search of are to be found." "I think I could lay my finger on it," said Holmes quietly. "Really now," cried the inspector, "you have formed your opinion? Come now, we shall see who agrees with you. I say it's south, for the country is more deserted there." "And I say east," said my patient. "I am for the west," remarked the plainclothes man. "There are several quiet little villages up there." "And I am for the north," said I, "because there are no hills there, and our friend says that he did not notice the carriage go up any." "Come," cried the inspector, laughing, "it's a very pretty diversity of opinion. We've boxed the compass among us. Who do you give your casting vote to?" "You are all wrong." "But we can't all be." "Oh, yes, you can. This is my point." He placed his finger in the centre of the circle. "This is where we shall find them." "But the 12-mile drive," gasped Hatherley.
Nope.
6 out
Fake.
and 6 back. Nothing simpler. You say yourself that the horse was fresh and glossy when you got in. How could it be that if it had gone 12 miles over heavy roads?" "Indeed, it is a likely ruse enough,"
observed Bradstreet thoughtfully. "Of course, there can be no doubt as to the nature of this gang." "None at all," said Holmes. "They are coiners on a large scale, and have used the machine to form the amalgam which has taken the place of silver." "We have known for some time that a clever gang was at work," said the inspector. "They've been turning out half-crowns by the thousand. We even traced them as far as Reading, but could get no farther, for they have covered their traces in a way that
Counterfeiters.
showed that they were very old hands. But now, thanks to this lucky chance, I think that we should have got them right enough." But the inspector was mistaken, for those criminals were not destined to fall into the hands of justice.
What we needed.
As we rolled into Eyford Station, we saw a gigantic column of smoke which steamed up from behind a small clump of trees in the neighbourhood and hung like an immense ostrich feather over the landscape. "A house on fire?" asked Bradstreet as the train steamed off again on its way. "Yes, sir," said the station master. "When did it break out?" "I hear that it was during the night, sir, but it's got worse, and the whole place is in a blaze." "Whose house is it?" "Dr. Beecher's." "Tell me," broke in the engineer, "is Dr. Beecher a German, very thin, with a long, sharp nose?" The station master laughed heartily. "No, sir. Dr. Beecher is an Englishman, and there isn't a man in the parish who has a better lined waistcoat. But he has a gentleman staying with him, a patient, as I understand, who is a foreigner, and he looks as if a little good Berkshire beef would do him no harm." The station master had not finished his speech before we were all hastening in the direction of the fire. The road topped a low hill, and there was a great widespread whitewashed building in front of us, spouting fire at every chink and window, while in the garden in front 3 fire engines were vainly striving to keep the flames under. "That's it!" cried Hatherley in intense excitement. "There's the gravel drive, and there are the rose bushes where I lay. That second window is the one that I jumped from." "Well, at least," said Holmes, "you have had your revenge upon them. There can be no question that it was your oil lamp which, when it was crushed in the press, set fire to the wooden walls, though no doubt they were too excited in the chase after you to observe it at the time. Now keep your eyes open in this crowd for your friends of last night, though I very much fear that they are a good 100 miles off by now." And Holmes' fears came to be realized, for from that day to this no word has ever been heard either of the beautiful woman, the sinister German, or the morose Englishman. Early that morning a peasant had met a cart containing several people and some very bulky boxes driving rapidly in the direction of Reading, but there all traces of the fugitives disappeared, and even Holmes' ingenuity failed ever to discover the least clue as to their whereabouts. The firemen had been much perturbed at the strange arrangements which they had found within, and still more so by discovering a newly severed human thumb upon a window-sill of the second floor. About sunset, however, their efforts were at least successful, and they subdued the flames, but not before the roof had fallen in, and the whole place had been reduced to such absolute ruin that, save some twisted cylinders and iron piping, not a trace remained of the machinery which had cost our unfortunate acquaintance so dearly. Large masses of nickel and of tin were discovered stored in an outhouse, but no coins were to be found, which may have explained the presence of those bulky boxes which have been already referred to. How our hydraulic engineer had been conveyed from the garden to the spot where he recovered his senses might have remained for ever a mystery were it not for the soft mould which told us a very plain tale. He had evidently been carried down by 2 persons, one of whom had remarkably small feet and the other unusually large ones. On the whole, it was most probable that the silent Englishman, being less bold or less murderous than his companion, had assisted the woman to bear the unconscious man out of the way of danger. "Well," said our engineer ruefully as we took our seats to return once more to London, "it has been a pretty business for me. I've lost my thumb, and I've lost a 50-guinea fee. And what have I gained?" "Experience," said Holmes, laughing. "Indirectly it may be of value, you know. You have only to put it into words to gain the reputation of being excellent company for the remainder of your existence." End of the adventure of the engineer's thumb.
Nice. That was a good one. Although that dude was pretty dumb. He had like 19 chances to get out of it, and he just kept going. But they turned out to be counterfeiters. Yeah, we got really lucky with that gear. So now I've got my 5-piece Salt Marsh, my 3-piece Isle of Dread, and I just need to find the boots. I need the snow boots from Feywild, and then I'll have a 4-piece winter set, which will give me a bunch more hit points. And then I think I'll be pretty set. I'll just need to focus on getting like min-maxed stuff like better filigrees. I need to get some more coalesce magic filigrees. I need to make my ring. I have a dinosaur ring. I need to make the dinosaur caster stick. I've not yet got that because I'm still farming the black pearls. How many do I have? Pearl. I have 30, so I still need. I'm not sure exactly. I know I need at least 50 to get Ice Horn. I'm probably going to need more, but. And then I just need to get. Yeah, I guess it depends on what the plus 15 charisma for this would be. So we'll swap out this ring for this, right? I mean, technically, I've got plus 14 charisma, so just getting the extra one, it'll be nice, but I don't really need to stress that. I think it's probably more important for me to get the caster stick first. But this ring is going to go away. Right now, though, it's part of the set bonus, so I'm not going to worry about it. I won't ever use these boots. They're like tank boots. So we're going to feed them to the ring. I just need to get the deep snow boots, basically. It's not super optimized yet. The other thing too, I'm missing, my main has like a supreme tome, so my charisma is still really low. I also have festive augments and things like that on Sarlona, which we don't have access to yet, although we will. Yeah, I've got to get rid of these boots. So we can do the quest, and there's 2 chests that we can loot. We get two tries. Yeah, we got really lucky grabbing that helmet. Potency 103, that means like I could probably get a completely different caster stick. I wouldn't lose that much at all. So that's good. Dinosaur has to be the next. I'm going to make like either a club or a short sword. I'm not sure which. And we'll use Ice Horn because that will help us. All of our aura will like freeze stuff into ice. And I think we can get like a profane and a sacred bonus. We pick one or the other. On these gloves right now I have sacred, and I think on this I have profane. So I'm not sure if it'll even matter because I think I already have it, but we'll see. It would be way easier if they just let me transfer my main, right? Trash compactor. Is that it? 3263827? That sounds right. I had a dream the other night that because Disney has been losing so much money on Star Wars that they sold it back to George Lucas for like $2 billion. And I think the original price he bought it for was what, like 5? So he ends up with 3 billion, and then he gets control of Star Wars back, and then he makes his original idea for 7, 8, and 9. And then we actually get to see like the movies that he wanted to make. I think he should totally do it. I think that would be a great... I don't know if Disney actually would sell it back to him, but I think that's what they need to do. They need to just give it back to him and let him make his... I think that's what people want. Because he's laughing now, right? Like, think about episode 1, 2, and 3. People used to meme on how bad they were compared to 4, 5, and 6. But if you look at 1, 2, and 3 versus what Disney's done, like, they're like masterpieces of cinema. I mean, I liked episode 3 a lot anyway, and I like episode 2 kind of once they get into the arena, once they do that big fight in the arena where Anakin is tied up on the post there. I think then it starts to feel like an old school Star Wars film. But I mean, still good. Still good. Even 1, like, I think compared to some of the stuff I've seen recently, episode 1 is like a masterpiece. So I bet he's laughing. If you watch interviews from him right before he sold the company, he's like, yeah, I have ideas for 7, 8, and 9, but people will probably hate it if I do it. He wanted to take us into the world of the midichlorians and show us, like, these little mystical beings. I thought that was fascinating. I think it would be great to see that. Way better than getting Disney fan films that suck. Like, I haven't watched any of the most recent stuff just because the things that I have tried to watch were just so bad. And I'm usually a person to play a Star Wars game. I haven't even looked at Outlaws. All the stuff that I saw about it and read about it, it's just, I probably would be too depressed to play it, right? Like, it would just upset me too much. How do you make a Star Wars game where you don't allow or don't have the character that you play have a lightsaber? That's it. Doesn't make any sense. I did play that game on Steam. What is it? Jedi Survivor, I think it's called. I thought it was cool. I just didn't like the fact that it was like a jump puzzle game. I would have liked it more if it were more like an RPG. So I'm not super into like the jump puzzle Lara Croft stuff. It looked pretty though, and I liked the little droid companion. We have to go gather in Aurora's garden. Hey, maybe she'll sing for us. I really shouldn't have grabbed the hardcore lantern on this character. Okay, if I can get these boots, that will be pretty good. That should pop my my hit points to like 2,000. I should be able to get up over 4,000, which would be plenty to do R4s. So once I fill my lantern, get rid of the hardcore lantern. I mean, actually, I'll probably do higher than R4 at that point because I won't have to worry about dying. But I could technically do R4 with the hardcore lantern. I just probably wouldn't, just because, like, it's a lot of bullshit lag anyway. And if I got... There's a couple of the Mist Stalkers that would probably be really tough on R4. I mean, they do a lot of damage on R1 already, so... You know, we've got all these blights. I keep wondering, why aren't we fighting myconids ever? Like, so many blights. They need to add myconids. But they need to do an Underdark expansion. They need to give us a Drow, Iconic, Warlock, and they need to take us back into the Underdark, and they need to give us a Myconid colony just like they had in Baldur's Gate to interact with. I think that would be super cool. I have an idea for a holiday event for this game that involves kobolds. I'm going to send it to them to see if they want to use it. They probably won't, but I'm going to send it anyway. I guess if they don't use it, I could write it up as like a regular module that people could play pen and paper. But I've decided I'm not buying the new Player's Handbook or Dungeon Master's Guide. I might check out the new Monster Manual, but I don't like that they got rid of half-elves. I think that's stupid. Half-orcs, half-elves. Rana is so great. She's in Double Rainbow, you know, like they've got her in Shirati. She does a lot of damage. And she's a healer and she can res. It's crazy. Alright, here we go. Give me the boots. Oh, I got super excited for a second. I mean, we won't complain, but not exactly what we needed. We've got another chest to loot. I've not seen these boots at all on this server. Like, I haven't seen anybody else loot them. I haven't looted them. I haven't seen the ones from Ravenloft either. Haven't seen anybody loot those. So I don't know what's going on with loot. You have the heroic Ravenloft boots? Okay, so they are dropping. That's good to know. I haven't seen anybody loot them. The funny thing about this fight is Cadence is easy, and then this shambling Cerise is a lot tougher. I think maybe because all the pixies spawn with it. Alright, all the lag is the reason why I'm using Guard Up as my epic strike. Okay, I've not got my Mist Stalker yet, so should probably wait for it. Alright, give me the boots. Fuck. I've only got one more go on this chest, too. That's the 7th time I've looted it. Way too expensive. If they did rerolls as one shard, here's the logic I have. If they did it as one shard, I bet everybody would reroll every chest, and they would make a lot more shards. Even though it would be a lot of little transactions, I think it would encourage people to roll off a lot more. Because they'd just be rolling a whole bunch more all the time. This is actually a really good spot to fight the Mist Stalker, because if we get ahead of the beast, we can just flee to the door and exit. Still really far away from my next Reaper point. So I got exactly the same ring. And my spell resist is getting a little better. I just need to get a normal spell resist item, which I do not have yet. I could turn in my Raiders reward box and get the trinket that has spell resist on it. I just haven't turned it in yet, because I don't know whether I should pick the 50 black pearls or that. I'm thinking maybe the 50 black pearls are not that hard to get compared to getting a piece of raid gear. But I'm not in a rush. I'm sort of going slow. And mostly because this lantern, I'm trying to not die while I fill it. We've been in this quest now for how long? And we didn't get a Mist Stalker. It took us 12 minutes to kill everything to finish the quest. And we still haven't got one. We killed way over 10 mobs, so somebody said you have to kill, we killed 57. So I don't understand, like, what's going on with the spawn timer for this, but yeah, people in guild right now are saying you killed 10 and you wait. I think you know what I would have done is, like, if you flare the lantern, that lets you summon. So you were in there for a total of, yeah, like 23 minutes. That's a long time. I'm not waiting around here that long. 12 minutes. I mean, look, my elixir of discovery is running out. Like, well, we didn't get the boots yet. I've got one more roll on the chest. So we can try again. I also have the alt, although it's only level 24, but probably could do Legendary Elite. Might as well go talk to Steps, since I haven't talked to her today. Oh, there she is. I haven't been like remembering to do this, so she hasn't yet really started talking to me about anything. She does though. Eventually she starts to talk to you about other stuff. Just have to remember to talk to her every day. But you guys already know that because you were the ones who taught me. I don't know that much about the Vecna quest, the Vecna expansion. I like it, but I've probably done it the least. Although I did make a guide for this quest because I've done this one a lot, but I have not been able to do it here in Legendary because the lag. I keep getting like I keep having to abandon it because the lag is so bad when I go to fight the rocks at the end. I can't get out of the circles fast enough. And then I end up getting the disease on me, and then I, like I get too close to death for my own comfort, so I end up leaving. But I will eventually do this entire saga. I'll probably do it during the week. I'll probably stream it as well, just because I think this is good. It's a good pack. But I would like to get my gear a little bit better so I can have a more reliable hold monster. I keep thinking I should use that 30% coupon and get myself a Supreme Tome, but I have not done it yet. It's still a lot of points, right? It's still like 4,000 points. So, yeah, I've done 2 of these so far. Party 101 is super fun. It's quick. A couple of these are super fun. Some of them are long, though. The one where you have to take the dog for the walk. It's not hard, but it's a long one. That's the Bark and Blade, right? I think. Has anybody posted a reliable map for Myth Draenor rares? I'll do a Google search for it right now. See if there's anything. All right, that's not it. Detailed map of Myth Draenor, Volo's Guide to Myth Draenor. No. DDO Wiki, there's a guide map. No. Hard to read. I do have a map. But they made it like right when the pack launched, so I was wondering if a better one was updated. It doesn't look like it. I like the zone. It's just so like the rares are just really hard to find. So it's a lot different than like Salt Marsh or the Feywild, where it's not like I feel like I can easily or reliably do the rare run. out here. But I'm pretty sure there is one down the road. This way. Right? I think at the top of that hill there can be a rare. I'm just tab targeting for a chest. I don't see anything. So I might be wrong about the location. I thought it was here. But I've been out here a few times now looking, and I haven't seen anything, so I'm probably wrong. I need to actually find that map that I had. So I should probably do that quickly before I ride around and waste time out there. I could have swore that hill had something on it though. Let me see if I have that map still. Alright, I'm gonna look for the map. We'll see if I can find it. We'll see if I can show you guys what I have. Where am I? No, that's not it. That's not it either, right? No. Wonder if I put it in a different folder. It's like that week that this expansion launched, I found a map that was posted. I think Nacho posted it. I might be wrong though. But so if anybody knows where one exists, let me know. Oh, getting tells in game. Uh, that didn't work. I'm still looking though. I finally got DDO Builder to work. So that's good news. Took me a while to figure it out, but I was able to upload like my old builds, so now I can actually use it again. And not super hard to do. It was just like I couldn't understand why they did that. Like why it just didn't open the old files. But you have to convert them. Yeah, it kind of sucks too that there's nothing in game that you can use in order to like pin these locations onto a map. Right? Wouldn't that be convenient rather than needing to go to a subreddit and do research for 4 months just to figure out how to ride through a map? Let's see what we can do. Mythdrain or dungeon map. Okay. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. No, that's like pen and paper. If I go to Mythdrain or DDO, go to the wiki, it has a map there, but it does not appear to have the rares on it unless they're just so small I can't see them. It's possible. Yeah, okay, it is possible. They are on there. Okay, they are on there. This is the map that I had. So the one on the DDO wiki is the one that I had on my computer that I can't find, but I opened it again. So I actually can see this. They're tiny little red names. So yeah, Broadbeak, that's the one that I rode to on the hill. He just wasn't there. So we can check that one again. We can just keep checking for Broadbeak because that's the one that I know where to ride to. We'll just double check the location once we go there. But we'll make sure we find this thing. I've seen it. I've done the rares when this first launched. I think it's worth looting these chests, right? Don't they drop the sun and the moon augments? I think they do. You guys can correct me. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we have to run the quests in order to get those, but I thought the chests were kind of like the other zones where they can drop anything. But maybe I'm wrong. The truth about what happened is that playing my wild mage sorcerer, my chaos mancer, I got so scarred from the wild magic that I kind of blacked it all out in my mind. Like I blocked it. It's like trauma. So I'm like totally over the wild magic. I can't take it anymore. That's not to say that it's bad. It's just not my game style at all. I can't deal with the randomness of it. So on Sarlona, I am like level 25 or 26 as a Chaos Mancer, and I kind of don't even want to play the rest of the levels. I just want to finish it. Like I want to reincarnate. So Broadbeak. All right, so let's gonna open the map up and see where I am versus where I think this thing should be. So tabbing around, I do not see a chest. But there should be a road. Alright, I'm gonna pull out Rana just because I'm going to tab. So I don't wanna get attacked while I tab. Alright, so we should be directly sort of west of a bend in the road. So let's take a look. It's kind of hard to see, but there's a bend in the road. So let's see. Okay, so apparently maybe it's more... So I'm a little too far south. Maybe it's right here. There's no way for me to drop a marker, so we're just going to have to basically point ourselves at it and ride straight ahead. So it's kind of like straight this way. I'm still not tabbing a chest though, so. All right, let's see where we are. All right, a little too far in. I think we have to go like this way. And maybe somebody in chat like knows the one that I'm hunting. It should be like what, right here? But I don't see a chest, so probably what I'll do is recall and reset it and see if we can find it. Yeah, there's nothing here. Yeah, it's supposed to be like right there. I'm a little too far north right now, according to the map. We'll see if we can actually find it. You can see it's still a little bit laggy. It's just kind of like slow. Oh, I hit the wrong button. All right, so there's... Okay, that's important. Yep, so we passed that. So it's kind of like here. Because there's the bend. There's the bend, there's the road. It's kind of... Like, it should be like right here. So if I ride straight here, I should run into it if it's here. But again, I'm not tab targeting anything. I don't see anything. Oh, there's the chest. Okay, we found it. Great. All right, let's go. Oh, we got a ring. Quality wisdom, insightful spell focus, quality deception, and combat mastery. So I remember talking about these rings. Somebody was telling me like a build that would take advantage of these, but it's, from my perspective, it's definitely going to be something like a monk ring, right? Because the insightful combat mastery, monk, deception, wisdom. I can't imagine what you'd need insightful spell focus mastery for, but I guess it's just something that they threw on there. That's one of the things I've been complaining about with like the new packs, like not only Mythdraenor but also the Vecna, is the gear is sort of weird enough that I don't really know who it's supposed to be for. Like it's really easy to, what I mean really specific is it's easy to tell if you go to the Feywild who the gear set is made for. You know, winter gives you like more tanky stats, autumn is for casters, summer and spring are for melee. You pick a flavor, you know, spring does something a little different than summer, but you know, one is more like range based and one is more melee based, but it's sort of easy to figure out what you're doing. The same thing with the Salt Marsh and with Isle of Dread, but when you get to Vecna, you start to get into these pieces of gear that it's like, I don't know who's supposed to use this. And then in Mythdraenor, it gets even worse. Like, I don't know who's supposed to use this. I'm assuming a monk. Maybe somebody in chat knows, like, who would really... And I know this game, too, right? Because I've been playing it for a long time. Like, okay, when I see combat mastery, I say melee. You could technically do that as a ranged, like if you were doing Dreadnought, right? But probably going to be melee. Deception is rogue or anybody backstabbing, so it could be monk. Quality wisdom would definitely be monk or divine caster, but more likely with the melee and the deception, it's probably a monk. So all that makes sense, but do monks ever need focus, spell focus? I don't think so. Unless maybe one of their like key abilities triggers off of spell mastery. So maybe this is like a flat out monk ring. When I see the word mystic, I think, okay, that's probably a monk, but I don't know. Oh, and the other thing too is that the sun and the moon augment slots, this ring does not have one of those new augment slots, which is sort of upsetting because it's like, well, I want to use those new augments. I haven't found any yet, but I don't have any slots even if I did. I haven't looted any of the gear that has those slots yet. So I was kind of hoping that they were going to allow us to just add the slots to anything. That was how I originally read it when I was reading about this expansion, but so Broadbeak. There is something called the Dark Water, which is straight down the road past the first building near the southeastern crater. There also is Stone Gore is in the crater. So we should, yeah, let's take a ride over there and see if we can find one of those. I didn't realize that there's two really sort of close to the entrance. You did the full saga. You looted some of the solar and the lunar gems, but you haven't looted anything with a slot. Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, that's really frustrating to hear. Like, it's, I just think it's, how do you say bad design in a nice way, right? Like, I think it's a great expansion. But would I label it as S tier? No, because of stuff like that. Like the gear is weird. It's hard to find stuff. While I love the gigantic zone, it's just, I would rate this as an A. But if you were to like say, look, I only have a limited budget, I need to know which expansions to get, I would say definitely go Isle of Dread, Feywild. Like Mythdraenor would not be up in my top, you know, top 3 or 4. It's really cool, but it's just, aside from doing the quests, like I haven't found any gear out here that I really feel like I need to have. I haven't been able to find a lot of the gear out here. All right, so we're in a location where, let's see where this one would be. Dark Water is near a tree, which I really can't see anything here, but So there should be like a building here, and then there should be like a tree here. So let's see if we can find... All right, there is a building here. Is there a tree? We're next to a giant tree. So let's see, maybe something is here. Oh, and there is water here, so maybe dark water is like an alley that pops onto this. No, I'm not tabbing a chest anywhere. All right, but that's okay. We don't need to find that one because at the end of this road here, there should be like a big pit. And then in the pit, there should be a rare spawn. So here's the pit. On the other side, we can have a rare spawn. We'll see what the rare is called. So I'm not tabbing a chest. Stone gore. All right, so there's stone gore could be here. But I don't see anything, so I think we need to try again. Yeah, I have yet to finish this entire expansion. You did the full saga twice. I've come close to doing the full saga. I just haven't finished it. We're gonna try again. So I should be able to go down the road. Right? Because of lag, I don't want to be alone. Like, Rana can heal, so... I think yeah. Just ride down the road to that giant tree. Right, according to the map I'm looking at in this dark water here, like, there should be a rare, or can be a rare. I might be wrong, though, the exact location of it, but on the map it shows one being in this location. Yeah, there's a rare here somewhere, but I'm not seeing it, so I don't think it's up. I'm not tabbing a chest. And then that crater, the null magic crater, is down here, and then we can have one in here somewhere. Not tabbing a chest. So we did find one rare, but like That's what I was saying about this zone. I have not yet really done any loot runs in here to farm these chests because they're kind of hard to find. Even with a map. I'm assuming this one just isn't spawned yet. Yeah, hit the wrong button there. Alright, I'm gonna stretch and refresh my tea. Hope you guys are having a great night, whatever you're doing. Playing DDO maybe? Saturday? Lazy Saturday? I think it's a great way to spend Saturday though, gaming, right? I say this all the time, but I think it's a great way to pass the time. Dark water. Yeah. On the map, dark water, and then down the road, there was the, Stone Gore was the name of it. It shows as a rare in that southeastern crater, so, but maybe that's not a rare. Maybe I misunderstood it. Apparently, beyond that, there's the monster lair that has the purple worm in it. I want to stay far away from that. There's a few, like, the potted plant rare. Like, they're all in red. Yeah, I don't want to go anywhere near that cave with that purple worm in it. So, we'll see if we can find more. We found Broadbeak. That's good. At least we found one. And we saw a piece of gear. So I'm gonna... Oh, somebody got their mount. Yeah, I'm gonna refresh my tea, stretch, and I'll be back shortly. Gonna take 5. Dude, I just found out it was like 60 degrees out here. Which might not sound warm, but where I live, it usually at this time of year, it's like 30. So, it's good for me. I'm a warm weather person. I don't really dig the cold, but weird. Not complaining. Hope everybody's having fun. If anybody is watching and needs a guild invite, just send me a tell. Plenty of spots in Death Smile if you want to join. I can always make a spot, so feel free, send me a tell, and I'll do what I can to help out. If you're playing on Cormier, you're welcome to play with us. Of course, you don't have to. You could always get guild buffs too if you wanted to do your own thing. I'm totally fine with people using the guild ship, even if they're not in the guild. Just in the Death Smile channel, ask for a guild ship invite for buffs. Totally fine. Especially if you're doing the hardcore. I miss all of my stuff on Sarlona. I have so much stuff. And I don't have access to any of it. Like, that's why I didn't buy tomes. That's why I didn't do anything to buff up this character, because I already have all that stuff. I'm not in the mood to do it all again. Like, I don't want to start doing TR train on another character. I just don't have it in me. I've been working on that one main that I have since they put TRs in the game. Like, it's been a long time. So, you know, I don't want to start again. And I already got all the stuff. You know, I have all the, like, the remnant potions that you can add +2 power, +3 power, whatever, +3 melee power, +3 range power. I have all my crafting ingredients. Yeah, Harley, I have all my bags. Like, I have the gargantuan bags. I have all the crafting stuff. I have all my crafted items. I mean, so here's something. Maybe you guys can relate to this. I was so pissed off when SSG changed the guild buffs. Do you remember the old guild slots that were on items? And they turned them all into colorless slots. If you guys remember, those large guild slots were super rare and super valuable because they used to take the large guild gem that you could buy in House K. And the buff used to be great. And it counted as a different type of buff, so it was stacking. When they made it all into colorless slots are garbage, right? So I had like bags full of these large guild slotted items that just became junk. I had to throw them all away. Anyway, it's sort of a very strange rant because guild slots haven't really been used in a long time. But the items, I had a whole bunch of those items saved, and then not that long ago, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they did an update where they deleted them all and turned them into colorless slots. And I just had to log in all the alts that I have carrying stuff and just get rid of it all. I have characters on Sarlona that have tabs and tabs of old clickies. Back when the game first launched, everybody did everything with clickies. We can still get clickies. That's what people are doing when they cycle the vendor and they look for like a shield clicky for their character. That's really the only useful clicky these days, but used to have tons of clickies back in the day, so I still have a ton of them on old characters. I should probably try that quest one more time just to see if I get it, since I have one more go before I'm ransacked. We'll try to get these deep snow boots. Oh, let's pick up the quest. I still have 18 minutes on a discovery elixir. That's good. I don't usually use them, but I got one in a gold roll. I actually got two in a gold roll. I got a lesser, I got a greater, and then they added the ones we had for Salt Marsh. So I've actually been running with 3. And now 2 of them are already gone, and I'm on the last one right now. So. Not that that matters. I don't think they sell them on the store, though. I don't think you can just buy elixirs of discovery. You should be able to, but I don't think you can. I think you have to win them in gold rolls. I think that stuff should be, like, you should be able to earn it in-game. I think you should be able to earn that in-game. I think you should be able to earn lesser hearts of Actually, I've said this 1,000 times. I won't get on my rant about this, but I think that you should be able to just lesser reincarnate whenever you want. I don't think you should have to pay for it. I don't think players who come to the game and experiment with builds should be punished. I think that they should be able to just respec if they want to respec. And yeah, they give us a free heart, lesser heart, but I think like unless you need like a +1, which that would be sort of like a specialty item, you should just be able to do a free lesser and at any time. And you should be able to do it over and over and over if you make a mistake. Now, yeah, obviously lock it so you can't do it in a quest in the middle of a raid or something like that, but like if somebody wants to sit in the bank and respec 40 times trying to get like to eke out some power out of a build, I think they should totally be able to do that. The fact that you can't do that is so off-putting because it just makes like a barrier for a new player where we're basically encouraging them. Like, I have a YouTube channel, so I want you guys to go watch my videos, obviously, right? But the fact that people like have to go watch videos in order to make a build, that's kind of fucked up. So I mean, it's good in the sense, like, for me as a YouTube creator and somebody who streams, but from the game's perspective, it should be in-game. Like, people should just be able to try stuff out, and it shouldn't cost them money. So right now, that the reason I'm saying that is I don't think there's any way in-game for you to earn a lesser heart of wood to respec. I think what they want you to do is play all the way to 20 and then reincarnate, or make a new character. You know, your character's essentially bricked, which is really bad. If you guys play like Path of Exile, like if you make a mistake, you can just respec. If you play Diablo, you make a mistake, you can respec. Like, it's a lot of games that are complicated with their build systems that you can just respec. Diablo used to be worse, now they're way better. Now you can just respec pretty much for free. It's not exactly free, but I have all my builds posted on the DDO forums, by the way, and there's links in my, you know, if you look on Twitch, if you look on YouTube, I have links to the specific builds that I play. Like my Warlock, this one I'm on right now, I have linked. I have my Dragon Lord, my Charisma-based Dragon Lord linked. I have my Star-Throwing Monk linked. Although the Star-Throwing Monk I play probably the least. This Warlock is what I play the most. And then I also do the Dragon Lord a lot. Dragon Lord is super strong. If you're reasonably new to the game and you have access to the archetype for Dragon Lord, I highly recommend that. It's way better than anything else at the moment. It's the current meta. So you won't be disappointed. They're super fun. You can get away with an awful lot with really crappy gear on a Dragon Lord. And you can make a bunch of mistakes, and it would still be good. But that's the thing about this game. Like, if you make enough mistakes, you're gonna completely F your character, and you won't be able to really do much. I mean, you could always quest normal, and Elite's really not, like, super, super difficult, so you could always do that. But if you wanted to start doing, like, Reaper, that's where you will, like, hit a wall. Especially if you jump into groups that are doing, like, higher than R1. Every level you go up, you have to get a little bit more min-maxed, so. But to do, like, normal hard elite, it's pretty simple. You could probably do, like, the worst character ever and still do normal. Like, you probably still could play the game. But as another point of example, I've played this game since beta, and I learned stuff every single, like, hardcore season from people. There's things that I don't even know that I learn. Something I just learned, I'll tell you guys. So I literally just learned that if you craft, I'll show you what I'm talking about too. If you craft, you want to have these ingredients in your backpack in order to make platinum when you crunch the items in the machine. You know, when you break it down with a dissolver. If you want plat, if you put these in your crafting bank, you won't get the plat. I have no idea why. I never knew that. Somebody told me this season, like a week ago. They're like, oh yeah, you didn't know that? I'm like, bro, I didn't know that. I had no idea. How am I supposed to know that? How's anybody supposed to know that? I don't think that information exists anywhere. I don't know. But it's one of those things. That's how this game is. There's just a lot of stuff that, you know, it's not written down anywhere. I don't know. So, there you go. I just learned that. And maybe you guys are like, bro, we knew that. Like, where were you? Yeah, I'm not the smartest player, right? Like, there are things I just don't know. I don't play melee. I don't play ranged a lot. Usually I play caster, so when it comes to that kind of stuff. But I thought, because I've crafted through all of the different crafting systems that they've had, that I knew just about everything that you needed to know about crafting. But yeah, I just learned that. And it's interesting too. Right, yeah. See, Harley, you didn't know that either. It's because, and I've never heard anybody say it. It fascinated me when the person told me. I'm like, I can't believe that. It's just so weird. And maybe it's not by design. Maybe it's just a result of the engine has the, you know, when it pulls the ingredients out of your shared bank, it doesn't register it, so it doesn't give you the plat. I don't know. It won't matter if you have, like, if you're on your main server and you have all the plat you could ever need, it won't matter. But in a situation like this where I'm in a hardcore and I don't have anything because it's a brand new server and I need every bit of plat because we're trying to get guild buffs and buy, you know, ship decorations and stuff, to be able to crunch items to get my crafting up and also make plat at the same time is super useful. And I got to 84 just by, I've not actually crafted anything. That is all by crunching items. You know, I'm just basically taking all the stuff that I'm getting in legendary content at level 34. And I'm just, you know, throwing it into the machine and crunching it to get the essences out. And once I have probably like 20 or 30,000 essences, then I'll grab a couple of potions. Like I'll grab a crafting potion and some of the success boosters, and then I'll try to blast myself up to like 200, maybe about 250. I just really want to be able to make the ring that I make, which is spell resistance and sheltering, and it does use insightful spell saves, which I think it has to be pretty high to make insightful spell save, but I can probably already make sheltering and spell resistance now at level 84. I don't think it's very high to make those. And something else, if you didn't know that, if you're relatively new to the game, Kenneth crafting, there are certain items that anyone can make, even without having any crafting levels. So you can, if you have the materials, make feather falling, you can make water breathing, and you can make death block with 0 level in your crafting. You just have to have the materials and you can go make them for yourself. So you never really have to like feel like you don't have death block or featherfall or underwater action, because you can craft it. Most people will just farm for it. It's not that hard to farm for those items, but that dude stunned me for a long time, so I'm gonna use my protection from evil here. And these abominations are no joke, man. These things are somewhat tough. They do cyclonic blast too, which can knock you down. I'm gonna try to flare my lens on it here, right there. So that should have stunned it. You watch my hit points. He does a lot of damage. He's hitting me for like 500 a pop when he hits me. Hey, we got a whisper.
You are a devoted acolyte, working tirelessly without sleep or sustenance to prepare for their ascension. The work must be flawless. High Fang Metzli sees all.
Oh, it's not the Dungeon Master voice. It's just like... It's one of the sound effects or ambient sound voices. That's weird. That's cool, though. I mean, as a fan of Baldur's Gate 3, I thought the Shadow Curse lands were really cool. Like, a very fun, iconic part of that game. And, that Whisper in the Mist thing that they did reminds me of the, those lingering shadows in the Shadow Curse land that you click on and it would tell you who the shadow was. Really cool. If you haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, I highly recommend that too. Take a look and see. Hey, I passed 1,000. We're getting there. That'll be a hardcore pet if we actually are able to finish it. I've come close to death 3 times. Really close. What I should do, because I think I have all of them captured on video. I should make shorts for my YouTube channel of each close call. I think maybe after I won't do it now because I don't want to jinx myself, but I think after I get whatever I get from the event, then I'll do clips of it. And then if I die, obviously I'll make a clip of that. But let's hope we don't. But I've been doing Reaper, and Reaper is, you know, odd enough that if it spikes and I get really bad lag, it's super easy to die. A lot of this build is letting my minions just kill everything for me. As much as I can. It's not exactly like something like Diablo 4 where you run around like the Necromancer does with your minions killing everything, but it's close. You can get pretty close. The minions in this game are just a lot stupider, though, so. It's too bad they don't let us pick a hireling and level it up with us. That would be really cool, because I would have probably, like, Larafay with me instead of Albereth. Albereth is kind of a bad NPC to have. He wants to melee everything, even though he's a healer. It'd be way better to have Larafay. Larafay is really good. Nimith is really good. There's a level 5 favorite soul that's really good. Forget her name. They're all very much like Larafay. They're all like related to her. I think Karaneth is the level 19 version. She's really good too. All the favorite souls in that particular line, they're all elves, right? They're all either drow or elves, and they all play sort of the same exact way. I find that everybody has like their own favorite hireling, but I find also that Larafay is usually everyone's go-to. Like if you ask them, I think like 90% of the people would answer Larafay. So if you don't know about her, I would recommend giving her a go. She's level 15, really good. We hope they never nerf her, because she is very useful. But the little heart guardian that I use, this little thing right here in front of me, that's making that noise, she has sort of the same coding that Larafay has, in the sense that she will just attack everything murderously for as long as she's on the field. So it's one of the reasons that I really like using this her in the build, because it's amusing. Oh, I got him! Finally! Yay. Alright, great. So what do I need to do? I need to put a gem in there with movement on it, right? Because I'm going to lose my 30% striding when I take the Orcish Privateers off. Bro, that helps so much. Oh my god. So that's going to give me a 4-piece Winter, and I'll have a 3-piece Isle of Dread, and then I have a 5-piece Saltmarsh. So I've got 3 sets going. That's pretty good. Now, then I have to focus on doing the Dinosaur Caster Stick, and then I'll be in a really good spot. And with any luck, I'll get my stupid lantern finished. And then I can decide what to do after that. Do I focus pushing, like, do I just jump into the R10s and just try to get a whole bunch of Reaper points? It's probably what I should do. I should probably try to get 30 Reaper points. Is what I should make my goal. Like, just jump into, like, groups or startup groups that are doing R10s and just go through and do all the sagas on R10, trying to get as many Reaper points as I can. And then do my first TR, and then in Heroic I can do all R1, but I'll have, with even if it's 20 Reaper points, in R1 Heroics, having 20 Reaper points is super strong. Right? So it would make me a lot more powerful at low level. And then I could focus on doing past lives, but I have a feeling like even if I don't do any past lives that have 0, 0, 0, 0, having 20 or 30 Reaper points would make me just a lot stronger. Like, imagine if I just stay like I am now and I got 100 Reaper points. I think I'd be super strong. I don't even think I need to worry past lives. Like, at some point in the future, they may open up the server for transfer, and then I can bring my main over, and my main is triple completionist. I don't need to worry about it. I don't really feel like doing that here. I don't mind farming Reaper points, because Reaper points are good for anybody, right? Like, Reaper points are always good. But I think I might be able to stay as a first life toon. Because here's the thing, like, the minute you jump into the TR train, you cut the XP you get. You know what I mean? Like, you double the XP you need. So, and then you do it again and it gets even bigger. So then you kind of need to have XP potions running in order to make it easier to level up. Otherwise, you're just grinding a lot, right? And I don't really want to grind. I love this game, but I don't like grinding. So I don't want to be forced to buy sovereign potions because I have more than 3 past lives, and now it takes me, what is it, 3.6 million XP to get to level up heroic or whatever it is. I think here I'm just sitting at cap, and I can do raids, I can farm Reaper points, I can farm gear. I could pick up, like, I do have another Skull Lantern in my backpack. Right here, I have a, this is the mount. So if I finish the pet, I could, even though it looks like it's full, it's not full, that's a bug. I could equip that and then try to get my mount, my hardcore mount. Now I also have another tune that has like a regular story mode mount going, and I also have an alt that I did pick up all the skull lanterns at level 1. So if I fail, I do have another option to do. But because I made the decision to grab them on this character when I logged into the server, I didn't realize what the event was going to be. I just, the server opened and I made the guild, I made my character, I grabbed the lanterns, and I just started going. I actually thought that this lantern that I equipped was the mount. I didn't realize that I equipped the wrong lantern until I already had a couple hundred points into it, and then I realized, oh, I'm doing the pet. It's okay. I mean, I'll take it, but learned a lot about this event. The other thing, too, we weren't ready for was the, I just read what you said. I'm going to reply to that in a second. I wasn't ready for the lag. So, I mean, I don't think anybody was, right? So, like, but H46, you said, did you know if you have multiple hirelings, you can control-click one hireling and it will do it for all of them? I did not know that. And it probably the reason why I don't know that is because I play with an Xbox controller. So I'm not playing with, like, a lot of clicks or shortcuts that people would use on a keyboard or mouse. I do have things mapped to my Xbox controller, but I don't have that mapped. I don't think I've ever mapped that. I did not know. So you're saying that you can map this this order button to a key, and then it would work for all of them? Is that what I'm understanding? I play. Oh, that's Cord. Yeah, how you doing, man? R7s went good. R10s. Yeah, I mean, dude, once I'm done with these stupid hardcore lanterns, I will want to do high skull reapers. Like, yeah, I want to farm. I want to get at least 20 reaper points. At least. I'm thinking 30 would be a good comfort zone on a first life character. I think I would be able to get my DCs, up going into the Thaumaturge line. And by the time I get there, I'll probably have my gear more optimized. I'll have my dinosaur stick. I'll have, like, augments and things. So, yeah, it's cool. I totally would have went with you guys to do R7s. It's just I don't want to die. Man, I've come so close to dying with this stupid skull lantern that I have. Like, and I already said it. Like, knowing what I know now, I wouldn't have grabbed it on this tune. But I did, and I started working it, so I'm just going to try to finish it. I mean, technically, I could just start again on a different tune, but, like, I already have over 1,000 into it, so I kind of just want to get it done. But I definitely think that's the way to go, man. Farming that high skull reaper stuff. And then that'll give you access to more likelihood to get gear that you can crunch and make reaper fragments, and then you could make a reaper headset. Like, you could optimize something. Like, I just got the Isle of Dread headset that I was looking for. That's going to be, at least part of my build for a while. So if I had the Reaper stuff, I would put I would put a buff on that. I also have to farm out some cards to get some of the buffs on there. So there's just a lot I can do. I have to start focusing on getting my DC for my hold monster. My target is to get it over 100, so I have a lot of work to do on that. But once I get it there, that'll be really cool. Then I could join any group, whether they're doing R4, R6, or R8, I'll be able to, like, hold stuff with hold monster or dancing ball. Like, I'll bring a lot to it. My DPS isn't super great, but as an enchanter, I can do a lot of CC. And then while I usually don't call the Guardian out when I'm in a group with other people, sometimes, depending on the fight, as long as I'm not going to aggro the entire dungeon, I would, use it, like, to help A lot of pugs don't like hirelings or, you know, summons, so I usually don't use it, but depends what we're doing. Think I'll get another pair? No, of course not. Nothing at all. I'm just really happy we got that. That's super cool. We'll put that on now. I'm assuming my hit points are going to go up close to 2,000. I'm at 1,700 right now. Looks like 1,650. So if I put these on, yeah, 18, so I'm at 1,900. So that's good. My fortitude save looks a lot better now too. Yeah, I was doing a quest out in the Vecna expansion earlier, and the server froze. And I was in the middle of a fight. I got attacked by a whole bunch of stuff, and came really close to dying. I think I was like at 50 hit points at one point, or something like that. I don't have an Undying Sapphire on, so I'm not sure what my unconsciousness range is, but it's probably not that high. Is it under general? Yeah, it's 15. So I would have been dead. The Undying Sapphire may not have saved me, but I've been trying to get one. You know, I've been trying to do everything I can to kind of keep myself alive. Every time I've almost died, though, it's been because, like, the server has completely frozen, and I'm stuck, but the mobs aren't. Like, the mobs are still able to move. So that's another reason why, if you're watching, you're like, wow, he runs with a lot of hirelings. Normally, I don't, but when I'm doing, like, hardcore on a server with a lot of lag, I want all these minions to keep me alive. Like, I want them to distract everything. I want them to take the damage. I want them to die, not me, right? So I have not been joining a lot of pugs, and the reason for that is because carrying a hardcore lantern, if I pop ahead of the beast, I have been DDOing. Because I've fought them, and in epics they get super overtuned, and so they get massively strong. And it's, while you can kill them certainly, it's just a lot of work, and it's dangerous. And if you lag out, you're gonna die. So rather than deal with that, because you also have to have a lot of curse potions because they throw a curse on you. Rather than deal with any of that, I just leave. But in a pug, it's harder to just. It's not in my nature, if one popped up on people, to just throw a DDO and leave them to die. I would probably stay. And I don't want to die because I'm trying to keep people from dying, you know. So I just haven't been joining groups because I don't want to get into that awkward situation of, you know, dying just to something stupid like that. But we did get lucky, and we got a Reaper enchanted mythic dinosaur bone ring. So that's going to be our new artifact. We just have to get it up and running. I don't yet have the ingredients to buy the stuff to make it, but that's going to be the next thing. And I'm going to buy like a club, I think, probably. I'm thinking I'll get a club because anybody can use it for my caster stick. I might get a short sword, depending. It really doesn't matter. But that'll replace the Queen Scepter. And I'll do Ice Horn on that, and that will give me a good CC from my aura. The problem is Ice Horn costs 50 I don't yet have 50 black pearls. So I need to farm some more black pearls. I've been looking for the dragon. I haven't seen the dragon yet. I probably won't. What do you guys think? What's the vote on this ring? Is this a monk ring? That mystic wisdom? Would anybody playing a monk wear that? I don't think I'll ever wear that. I can't think of a character that would utilize that. Maybe my thrower, maybe, but I don't know. I have not yet tried to fight the T-Rex. I could probably do it, but I just haven't gone near it. I just don't want to take that 1,000 hit point bite. Yeah, a lot of this stuff I probably could crunch, but I'm hesitant to because, like, the loot isn't really dropping that often. So I'm like, well, at some point in the future, probably what I should do is just offload all this stuff onto an alt, like a bot. Just log it in, put all the stuff I'm not using on it on that character and free up all this bank space. Because I'm probably not going to crunch it, but I don't want to have it in the bank because I probably won't use it. The other thing I could do is just crunch, like, eat everything that doesn't have a mythic bonus on it. I think that's also a solid idea. Which is quite a few things. I think that we should be able to do something in the game to put mythic bonuses on. Like, I like that it's random, but I also think you should be able to, like, target it. I really need to find a trinket too next. Like, I have to get... I was thinking about getting the blue feather from Isle of Dread. I think that would be a really good one to get. For now, I'm not going to stress over it because I've got 3 set bonuses going right now. So, like, I'm in a pretty decent spot, but my DCs are still low. My stats are still... I mean, they could be a lot better. My PRR is awful. So I have to focus on that. I need to get a sheltering item, really. That would help. And that's the blue feather, has like a bunch of sheltering on it. Either that or I could craft a ring. So probably as I alter this gear, like, that's not best in slot for me. This is just something I'm wearing to have the winter set. Like, I could swap this piece out. What I need to do is find a Fey Twisted chest and see if I can get something that drops out of that. That might help. So I have to focus on the dinosaur stick. So I need to farm black pearls. I need to focus on, like, trying to farm this from Triceratops. Maybe finding Fey Twisted chests to see if I can find a decent neck piece. And then should be in a good spot. Hopefully I can get an Undying. So it sounds like I need to go out and do Isle of Dread more than anything else. Black pearls, Undying sapphire, blue feather, like, just a whole bunch of stuff out in the Isle of Dread that would help. Triceratops is pretty easy. Looks like I have all the quests too. I'll see if the dragon is here. I have not yet fought the dragon. If there were a pug doing like the Tyrannosaur and they had a tank, maybe I would. It completely froze in the air. Oh, that's cool, Cord. You guys are doing a bunch of raids tonight. Nice. Somebody is doing a pearl farm. All right, let's join them. All right, here we go. They are doing the demon, so I'm riding there. I kind of think I should take off my whatever that's called, my lantern. Just because I don't want to, like, have an unforeseen event. But if somebody pops a lantern and we get a spawn, I could always click my bar and equip mine and try to snag the points. I just don't know what they're doing, so it's one of the frustrating aspects of this event. I'm not sure if I missed it. I didn't see anything die, but... Okay, it looks like they're riding away from this. Okay, I ransack this chest often, so that's lame. I won't get anything out of that chest. It looks like they're headed to the dragon, right? Oh, he's resetting. Okay. Can I do reset from here? No, I can't. They're in a purple alert anyway, so... Yeah, I still don't understand why we are in a cat mount meta. Right? Every game is adding cat mounts. I will eventually get this one. I haven't got it yet, though. I got a whole bunch of cat mounts in Diablo. And I think there is like a commemorative 20-year anniversary WoW cat mount, I think. It's like a flying cat mount. I keep thinking I'm gonna play WoW just because they're adding player housing. Like, I want to go check it out. I think it's gonna be super cool. I'm assuming we're fresh, right? Yeah, okay. And I'm assuming we're checking all the rares, or are they just going to the pearls? I don't know. I'm not sure what they're doing. Alright, they're going that way, so I'll follow them. Alright, maybe they're checking every rare. Mr. Krabs is not here. The cat was not here. The statue is not here. The mummy. You think the mummy's here? You think... My question is, do you think they'll check the ship? A lot of people don't check the ship. A lot of people don't even know that the ship has a rare there, which surprised me. I hope that they know. Okay, the mummy's not up. Well, it looks like they are not checking the ship. They're going right to the T-Rex. This just confirms my theory that a lot of people don't know about the ship. Okay, here's the T-Rex. I have not fought this thing yet. Probably what I'll do is blast this, just because. Do the damage from far away. I'll throw out my little Heart Guardian. I'll throw out heals on everybody as well as DPS. I can also help, like, heal whoever's get aggro. There we go. I got a kukri. It could be worse, right? Oh, somebody got an Undying Sapphire. I need to find one of those so bad. It's so dumb. I've just not seen one at all. But they drop every chest out here. So. Who am I following is the question. I don't know. They're all over the place. Why are they all over the place? We'll go north here. So I think they're going to the bear, right? They're riding around or checking the Triceratops first and then checking the spider. Alright, spider is not up. Let's see if the Triceratops is up. Wow, that was a fast red alert. Holy shit. No. Hey man, it's not me. I'm invisible. Although if they purple alert me, it won't matter. They'll be able to see me. Oh, there we go. We're purple alerted. They killed something. There is a chest that I missed. Assuming it's this one? Yeah. So I'm ransacked on the one they're riding to right now. But we could do the dragon. I have not done the dragon yet. Oh, somebody got a Mistwalker here, man. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna flare my lantern here. I equipped it. Hopefully I'll get points for it. Yeah, it looks like I did. I'm ransacked. Right? Yep, ransacked. My chest resets in a day. That's good to know, right? Wow, we're still in a purple alert, so... I thought if you killed stuff, it reset. It's not true. I mean, it's fine, right? But I don't want to lag out. Oh, I didn't realize they got this one. That's cool. Yeah, I haven't looted that one yet. Hopefully they check the dragon. The dragon's close to where we are right now. Right? I think it's like right there, right in front of us. Damn it. I'm like harried. Yeah, the dragon, if it's here, it'll be at the top there. I don't think it's here. I'm not seeing a chest. I've not seen the dragon yet. Got a kukri. I would like to get like a mythic on whatever weapon I use, so I don't really care. Okay, no cat. What do you guys think? You tell me. Do you know about the ship rare? I think it's funny that for some reason it's rare, like rare that people know about it. Yeah, I've looted this chest twice, so that's good. I kind of want to check the ship just to see if it's there, but the fact that nobody even goes near it, I don't want to, it would take me far out of the way. The other thing, I don't know if people check the bear. I hope that they know about that. They must, right? God, I would love to find an undying sapphire. Alright, everybody's going to the T-Rex, so... see if he's here. Nope, he's not here. That Allosaurus is here, that means he's not here. So maybe War is checking the bear. The ship rare's down there if it's here. I usually check the ship rare though when I come out here, so... it's just another way to get the augments, right? Because they drop out of all the chests, so... I don't see the chest for the bear, so I don't think it's up. Yeah, it's not up. It looks like they got the Ettercap, either the Ettercap or the Triceratops, maybe? Okay, that Ettercap was not up. Check the Triceratops, then we'll check the water weird. Okay, yeah, they got the Triceratops. So the water reader's like straight ahead from here. Okay, it's not here. It would be right here. This is so much easier than Myth-Draenor, right? Like, it's easy to do these rares. It's easy to do Salt Marsh rares. Like, I don't know why they made the map so different for Myth-Draenor. Yeah, I get it. It's like a weird zone in Forgotten Realms that has all this anti-magic and stuff, but doing rares out there is super difficult. Alright, they're gonna head to the one that I'm ransacked on anyway, so I need to get these two. That's awesome. So we need all these fossilized teeth to make the weapon and the ring that I want to make, so this is all good. It's useful. Even if we're not getting black pearls, it's still gonna be useful. And then hopefully we'll get a dragon. It would be nice. I'd take a club, a short sword. Probably would be ideal. Either of those. With like a mythic +2 or +3 would be good. I wouldn't really care if it were +1. Worst comes to worst, though, I'll have to buy one and just... I'm not going to bother looting the chest because I'm ransacked on it, right? Maybe somebody will pass me a gem. I'll loot it. Alright, no, nobody passed me anything. Yeah, I'm ransacked on that chest. And we're not yet in a purple alert, so I'm making myself invisible. As we ride to the dragon. I'm carrying a hardcore lantern, so... I certainly take risks, right? But I don't want to be stupid about it. So, trying my best to stay alive. A lot of people I know who are really good at this game, they're not even doing the lanterns. You know, like, they just completely... they're just basically gearing up, leveling up. They're gonna do the lanterns later, so... I kind of feel stupid that I picked them all up, but... it is what it is. So, dragon. Dragon should be right ahead of us here, and it's not here. Unless I can't see, it's not here, unless I am not tabbing it. Right? There would be a chest that you could tab if it were there. It's not there. So. I mean, just so I'm not crazy, we'll run up there and check it. Yeah, it's not here. If you ride by and you tab target and the dragon is here, the chest will be right here and you could tab it and see it. Okay, and they're finished anyway. Everybody ransacked, so. I still haven't seen the dragon, though. Alright, so party over. It was okay. We got some bones, right? We got to ride around in a purple alert on a laggy server. It's always fun for a Saturday night. It's definitely on a scavenger hunt somewhere. I'll throw all this stuff into the guild bank for people, all that rare stuff. They do an Into the Mist lantern farm, R1. I wonder, does that mean they're doing it over and over and over? It's not a bad idea. It is good to see all the LFMs though, right? Like, that's nice. And there's a lot of people on this server. We got to get super lucky and find the undying gem. We've got to get the blue feather. We've got to continue to farm those black pearls in order to buy the, let's take a look. We might as well, since we're here, see what I've got going so far for this. All right, so what we want is Ice Horn. That's the one that we want. I don't think I'll be able to afford it. This right here, 50. I don't think I have 50 yet, but we have enough of the other bones in order to make it. That's good. We just need to work on getting the rest, and that will make our offensive spells, including my aura, lock everything in ice. It has a chance to. It procs all the time though, so it's really good. So we'll get that. We're going to do light on the ring, so that's what we'll do. We'll do light, and probably we'll either do charisma, but I already have like really good charisma item, so I might do con since I'm doing like hardcore stuff. We'll do light spell crit damage. We'll do exceptional spell DCs if I can get that one. Yeah, we'll do exceptional to charisma, that spark claw. And that there. I have a bunch. It looks like I have enough pieces to get that. That's good to know. That would go on the weapon as well. So, like, we've got 2 things on the weapon so far. I just need to get the 50 pearls. And then that'll be a massive upgrade for me for this build. We'll focus on the ring after the fact, because the ring, if I take this off, is going to break my 5-piece set. And I also have not bought any, and I don't believe there's anywhere to loot them in the game. I might be wrong about that, but in order to unslot this stuff, I need to get some of those sentient remover things, and also, which I don't have any of them, and I have to farm for some more lunar magic. I'd like to find some more spell resist, some charisma, and some universal spell power. I did find this rare universal spell power. That's really good. The other one I'm doing is coalesce magic. I need to get more of these. These were the only 2 I had. So I have to get those, whatever those sentient kit removers are. I guess I could use my 20% thing on sale, but It's just more stuff that I need to buy with money. So even though it's on sale, it's still annoying that I can't do a quest to go farm for these stupid things. I have to actually buy them. But technically I could leave these in and just look for more lunar magics. None of these are rare, so for the dinosaur stick, I could probably try to get something that's rare. You just ran an 18-minute heroic quest and didn't get a Miss Stalker? Yeah, I'm not sure what's happening with that. Yeah, I mean, it's super frustrating. Okay, somebody else needs an invite. Okay, I have to make spots. Alright, so I need to go to a mailbox. Okay. Alright, there's the letter. We're gonna remove some. Anybody needs an invite, just let me know. I'm making spots right now. We're gonna remove these people who've been offline for a week. I mean, we're in the middle of an event, right? If they haven't been on in a week, that's a long time. So as much as I don't want to remove them, they haven't logged in. I'm not sure if they ever will again. I don't know. Hopefully they do, but I'm sending them a letter with a rejoin token and explanation. Like 72 hours is what we're saying, but I let these guys go a week. So like I'm certainly being lax about it. I'm not being like super crazy. So I think that's fair. I think if you're not on for a week during an event, that's like, I'm not sure what you're up to, right? Like, but hopefully they come back, hopefully they play. Let's see. Get this person in. Yeah, we're gonna kick kicks. Kicks with a Z, right? Kicks with a Z. We don't say Z really in America, but I understand it. I have Canadian friends who say it. Nuffs. I haven't seen Nuffs, dude, in over a week. So, I mean, bro. The other thing to keep in mind, too, is that we used to have 1,000 spots, and SSG lowered us down in Hardcore Season 9 to 900 spots. And now, in this season, which would be Season 10, we are down to 800 spots. And here's something to keep in mind with that, right? They reduced it by 200, and their reasoning was that they wanted to reduce lag. However, we've had more lag since they reduced it. So if anything, this, there's no fact or data to back this up, but objectively, they reduced the guild size and lag went up. So maybe that's what's causing it. Maybe they need to put it back to where it was for the last 17 years and give us the 1,000 members back. It's not helping. I think it's a pure money grab. I think what they're doing is they don't want us to commingle 1,000 people commingling assets, right? Like they want to, what if they reduce it down to 500? That means instead of having one guild where we all pool our assets, now we have to have two, and that's double the money because they're all going to need to buy the same thing, right? I mean, that doesn't mean people will, but that's probably the thinking. It's probably in their best interest. Now, I think there's better ways to monetize than that, but that's something to keep in mind. Like we're struggling with, we have over 1,000 people who want to join and play with us, and they keep taking my spots away. So, but this game was never really made to have like a massive guild like this. So, not like WoW. But I think in most MMOs, 1,000 people is like what the average guild size is. I know that was true in SWTOR. I'm pretty sure it's true in Lotro, which is their other game. So maybe if anybody plays WoW, you can let me know if it's still 1,000 people. I'm pretty sure it is. And I'm not 100% sure on the exact motive. I'm speculating. I really don't know. It's all speculation. So it's just my opinion. But you know, I've like done hardcore. This is the 10th season technically that we've done it, and it just makes no sense because they never talk about it in the patch notes. Like, yeah, we're reducing the size of the guilds, blah blah blah. They don't post that anywhere. It's like we just had to figure it out by looking at it. All right, I think this is enough spot, like space. Everybody else, I know they're on like the away list, so. The only other thing I could do is look for really low level people who've been off for over like 4 days. So this dude, level 3 offline for 4 days. It's usually rare though. Most people are playing. There's a level 3 offline for 5 days. And then we'll see any level 1s who are offline for more than like 2 days. Doesn't look like it. That's good. Yeah, like the people who are off like a long, I've talked to them, so like I know what they're up to. But that should be fine for now. You go into a quest, you kill 10 mobs, and within 1 to 6 minutes, a mist will spawn. That's what the official what's supposed to happen. That's not what's happening. I've been in a quest for 20 minutes and killed 60 things and nothing has spawned. So that's not working if that's supposed to be what's happening. Oh, did I actually get renown? Looks like I did. I did! I'll go pick it up. Moorgrave. That is upper. That's the Drunken Dragon. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the fact that, like, there's no way to summon the thing so you can avoid wasting your time. I don't like it when video games waste our time. It's one of the reasons that I probably won't go back and play WoW. Like, I really want to go and see the housing, but I don't like if I make a death knight, although I haven't done it in years. I don't know what the exact experience would be, but I just didn't like how they time gated me. So like when I would do all my Death Knight quests, then it would be like 14 days or some, you know, like at least 7 days, sometimes 14 days before I could do another thing. So I spent a lot of time fishing. Yeah, I've got to warp to the ship. Yeah, fishing, I was trying to get like a rare fishing pole in WoW. It's actually like a huge community of people who would fish. It was really cool. I had more fun doing that than I did like doing like the quests, the flashpoints, whatever they call them. But it was super clicky, and I used to get kicked out of groups because I haven't played a lot of WoW, so like I didn't really know what I was doing, and they're not very friendly to newbie players. So the community was kind of wackadoodled in that regard. Person's trading me a bunch of stuff, I think. Okay, they're giving me money for the ship. That's good. We have to buy those upgrades that are super expensive soon. The other thing, I don't really know, like, what side any of the people that I play with are on now. Like, whether they're doing Horde or... I just don't know. There's too many unknowns for WoW, so I don't know if I'm actually going to go back and play it. But I would like to see the housing. I think they really need to give us housing over here in DDO. This dude's giving me crafting mats. That's great. 84. I just have to check and see what mats I need in order to make that ring. I think it's crypt moss. I think that's what I need. This outfit I'm wearing, I don't even really like it. I want it in a gold roll. Oh, he's giving me dinosaur bones, bro. That's super helpful. So this is an undead horse. That's the one from Vecna, right? Which is, I was super confused why they added another undead horse. I'm gonna tell them thank you. Yeah, that's gonna help a lot for me to make that. Oh, he's right next to me on that mount. You know, the other thing I think they should add to this game are dyes. I think that we should be able to dye outfits and stuff. Like, I think we should be able to add, like, a black dye or a white dye or whatever, you know, like a dye. We want to change the color of something. Just like they do hair dye. I think we should have item dyes. Oh, dinosaur bones. We're getting close to being able to make that. I should probably check and see if the ship needs potions. I like to keep this chest packed full of potions for people to take if people need them, and it looks like they're not really taking a lot of them, which is, it's good and bad. It's good because, like, I don't like it when people just come in here and take all of them, you know. I have take 10, but you certainly can. If you need them, just take them. Like, I'll just replenish them, but it looks like they're going a lot slower than they normally do in regular hardcore, which is probably because people aren't, like, chain dying over and over and having their characters locked in the penalty box. So This one looks good too. Yeah, I mean, I just put a bunch of shield wands in there, so that's good. So that looks good. Okay. And then the rare scrolls I keep over here for people. All this stuff, like, everybody can just help themselves. People do, but it's also good people are putting stuff in here. So, like, there's a whole bunch of rare scrolls in here. So wizards need these, right? Like, if they want to do their spell book. But I don't think these are rare. I don't think Dispel Magic is rare. I don't think Water Breathing is rare. I don't think Contagion is rare. I know all of these are. Divine rares, they can't be inscribed, but I just keep them here anyway. Arty rares, people use those a lot, so those are usually not here. People usually take them right away. But when I find them, I put them there. And then this chest I have set up for people to just put stuff that they want to pass to me. Although anybody can open these, so usually by the time I get to it, nothing is here. People just take everything. Although I have been putting named items in here. I buy up all the cheap named items, and I put it here for people to use. I don't know if you guys know that it's here, but it is here. If you ever need anything, just come here and look for it if you're on a lobby and you need something. Sometimes this stuff really helps, like at low level, right? Like if you're looking for a yellow slot to put a water breathing topaz in, like that bronze art cloak is really good. I don't really know how these weapons are because I don't usually play melee, but there's a collar I found. I think it's pretty cool. That ring usually is pretty decent for like a lobby. So I also will put like low level returning items in there. So if you're looking for a returning item, I mean, obviously go to the Borderlands, you can farm one out really quick. It's super easy, but sometimes I find them and I put them in there as well for people, so. Gravnox. There are some things that I don't put in there, things that are like super cheesy, like the signet, that trinket. That's kind of super garbage. Like, I mean, you know, it's interesting. I had one and I put it in there and somebody took it. So like people use it. I mean, which is, it's good. It makes me happy to see people, you know, using the stuff. Like obviously having somebody loot all the guild banks completely dry is lame. Like we don't want to see that, but I do like to see people using the stuff. So and usually what I do is I come in here and I grab all the stuff that I'm keeping upstairs, so all the scrolls and wands, and then I just leave all this other stuff because people are, you know, they're putting it down here for people to have, and I don't need any of it, but I will move all of this stuff upstairs. And there's nothing in this one, and I think it's sort of bad luck to have 0 on one, so I'll like I'll throw something in there just so it's not empty. Maybe that's superstitious, but these are some good scrolls though. People like the Holy Aura. I don't usually use it because I run with spell resist, but I asked people in guild, do you use Holy Aura, yes or no? And a lot of people said yes. Usually I run with spell resist and it fails to hit on me because there's a spell resist check. So I don't usually use it, but not sure if Tensor's transformation is rare. I don't think it is, but I'll put that in there anyway, just in case somebody wants it. And we're getting close to an upgrade. Might as well go down and check and see. I think it's what, level 90 maybe? I might be wrong. This is where you can bind to the ship if you're looking for it. It's on deck 2. Right past that ammo guy. You can bind yourself permanently to the ship if you die. Yeah, this is what I'm looking for. So let's see. When's the next upgrade? 90. All right, we're getting, yeah, we still have a little bit to go. 450, and then there's another one. The Devourer one, right? And that's probably level 100. No, 95. Okay. So the next one is down here. Storm Reaver. This is probably level 100. Yeah, oh, it's 110. Wow. And it's 550. So, yeah. There we go. Not yet, but we will need it. We're getting close. And that's only for the level 3s. Then there's level 4s. But we're doing pretty good with the ship. I did see somebody, though. I think it was a Chinese guild that was level 90. And I looked them up, and there was 3 people in it. So they're doing, like, that small guild bonus. They must be using, like, the Supreme Potions or whatever. Which I think it's great. Like, yeah, do that if you want. I think it's super expensive to do that, though. But right now, I don't think we're the highest on the server. But I have not seen them logged in, so I'm not sure if they play every day or if they're just here once in a while. I forget the name. But of all the big guilds, we're the highest. Which is pretty cool. Kukri. Didn't they just buff Kukris? I think they did. Maybe I should make my weapon a Kukri. I just got one. Yeah, I really need to find that blue feather trinket. Because my PRR is absolute garbage at 97. Like, that is so bad. The likelihood of me pulling a blue feather is, it's gonna be super rare, but we can give it a try. I have the quest, so I need to go to the Pixie Village, right? It looks like there's still a bunch of lag here, so. Somebody's asking me if I want a filigree. There's one that's melee. I'm not doing any melee at all. I mean, I swing my caster stick, and I actually do have charisma to hit. So I actually can swing, but I'm not doing charisma to damage. I didn't have the points. The other thing I'm doing too, which is kind of melee, is that Into the Fray, which basically gives me, like, if I actually melee stuff, it gives me a bit of a boost. But so this quest has no traps. I do not need Darling, so I can just focus on the other minions. And the good thing about the robot minion is that it can self-heal, so that's good. It can also do blur, which I'll give myself a blur. There we go. Alright, that looks good. Okay, minions, go out and kill everything. I really got to get my hold monster DC better. I mean, that's not bad, right? That's not bad. But I want it so it, like, hits, like, you know, 80%. Right now, it's, like, 65%. Need to get it better. Oh, I'm so slow. I forgot about that. I need to look and see about a topaz of movement. I'm so slow right now. I'm like, why am I moving slow? Did somebody hinder me? No, it's because I took my striding 30 off. I'm running like normal speed. It's so slow. We'll see if we can find a topaz. Oh, get the F out of here. I just got knocked down. The greater command. Alright, so I need to put... Yeah, if they're going to be casting that spell, I need to put this on me. Protection from evil. Okay. Yeah, I got greater commanded. Oh, and there's a Fear Reaper right there. But I was close enough to him, I didn't get the dot. Okay, I'm gonna pick up that lost soul. God, I forgot how slow everything is without movement speed. On Sarlona, I have the quiver, so the quiver of alacrity. So I never worry about it. Which quiver of alacrity is raid loot, right? You get it from doing the abbot, the heroic abbot, and you can upgrade it. It's a quiver, but you can upgrade it to give you a movement speed, 30% movement speed buff. You can equip it at level 1. It's super useful. So probably should get one on this server if they never make it so that I can transfer here, but hopefully they do make it so that I can transfer. I like to use the little heart guardian as bait. Like, I try to throw her down before they see me. And then they all swarm her, and then I, like, CC them all. Doesn't always work, though, but that's the plan. And all the holds, like, that's why we take Crush Weakness, because we want to basically CC it, and then we do more damage. So that's why I have, if you take a look at the build, that's why I have Crush Weakness there. That's pretty good. I mean, we got a bunch of them. It could be a lot worse. I just have to make sure I keep an eye on my protection from evil because I don't want to be commanded again. It's a great way to, it's an easy way to die, basically. You get greater commanded, you can't do anything. And then if I'm on the ground, can't do anything, and a Reaper spawned and came over and hit me, I'd probably die. Or a champion could get me. But my hold still really isn't good enough. Like, it's still missing a bunch of them, so. Alright, I'm gonna try. We'll put the Heart Guardian. They should all swarm all over her. And then we CC them. That works sometimes. Should be able to do it here too. Alright, she's down. Oh, I missed them all. I just got one. But we got the Necromancer. That's cool. Yeah, I'm gonna need to reapply that. Because one of the things about Horizon Walker, if I had a few more points, I probably would go in there to grab the permanent protection from evil. Specifically because it will keep you from being greater commanded. Like, it will protect you from compulsions. So, it's super useful in a hardcore situation to have something like that. But I don't have enough points to get it, basically. It's right here. It's this tier 2, and it's expensive. Like, to get up to that, I need to have more points, so. If they ever introduce, like, universal +3 tomes or something like that, I could probably do it then, but for right now, I can't do it. Alright, guys, go get her. He's standing here for. I'm gonna have to look into that. Thank you for telling me about that. I'm gonna have to bind a key, and what I'll have to do is try to bind it to my Xbox controller so that when I attack, it tells my minions to attack. Even with knockdown immunity, you can get bowled over by something like that. I think probably what I should do is blast, right? Like, probably be easier if I blasted this thing. To keep my eye out for my Mist Stalker too. Like, right now is about the time I should get one. And if I get a fucking Head of the Beast, I'm going to recall. Not recall it, I'm gonna take a Dimension Door. Alright, there we go. If we get a Reaper, I have a dancing ball up. Oh, he just blew it away! Dude! That was smart. I didn't expect him to do that. Yeah, between the lag and my under 100 PRR, this is why I'm running with guard up as my epic strike. See if I can CC that. No, let's see. Can I dance it? Yes. Probably should throw down an E-Bards. Yeah. Okay. Alright, here we go. Okay, buddy. Go. Get me my blue feather, please. I think they should give us a Triceratops mount. And I think it should be that size. I don't think they should reduce the size at all. God, I'm so slow. Alright, give me the blue feather. Oh! What? How did that happen? It actually worked. That's awesome. Yay. Really good. All right, great. So we had a couple of instances of luck. Thank you. Command spell. I like the command spell. I use it. I don't like to be commanded though, so I tried it. That's why I'm carrying that protection from evil cloak. I would love to find a piece of gear that has protection from evil on it. I know they exist, I just haven't found one. It would be really cool if we could slot a topaz or protection from evil or something like that, or a sapphire. That would be really cool, but they don't have that either. I'm surprised they don't have that, but the effect always doesn't work too. Like some of the items, it hasn't protected you from being compelled, but I know that casting the spell on yourself does, so that's why I have that. Like, I probably could go farm the trinket out of the vampire quest, the heroic vampire quest that's in House P. Gives you protection from evil on the trinket, but I mean, that's all that's on that trinket, so. This here is good. Sheltering 35, that's great. So now I'm just going to have to basically futz around with my gear and see what I can do. Likely it means I'm going to have to lose my winter set. But I think overall, I mean, I already have the Waking Ancestor, and I want to keep the 5-piece Salt Marsh. So, like, losing the winter bonus is only really for the hit points. I don't care about the other stuff. Although, keeping at least 2 pieces for the extra 30 PRR would be sort of key, considering that I'm already sub 100. I would love to get that up to 150. I think that's reasonable. So I'm hoping like I get close to that with the sheltering item I just got. And then once I can get this lantern finished, then I can start farming Reaper points. Like, we're getting close, but we still have quite a far way to go. And now my lantern is tier 3, so I cannot fill it unless I'm level 15 or higher. Meaning that even if I were to like TR and try to go up a level again, it would just, I wouldn't even be able to put any points into it. And you cannot bank these, so it's like if you die, you cannot die at all. So, like, I'm basically stuck in R1. I guess technically I could do R4 if I can get my gear a little bit better. I just would want my hit points a little bit more reliably around 4,000 if I'm going to do R4s. But with a good group, I would probably, with a tank especially, I would have no problem at all. But we'll see what people run. If I see a group running like R4s with a tank, I might jump into it. The other thing too, though, is like I can't control people's lanterns. So like if we got a skull on R4, that sounds like a great way to drop dead. Like, so I'm kind of trying to avoid that stuff until I finish this lantern. And then probably what I'll do is I will probably just destroy this lantern and not even bother to fill it. And I'll try to do the mount on another character. I've already been filling a normal mode mount on it on my loot farmer. But I do have another skull seeker mount on a new character that I got. It's like level 4. So I have a little bit into it so far. But the reality is the skull on the side of the hard mode mount is so small. You have to literally be right next to a person to see it. And even then, you have to like angle your camera to see it. So I really don't think it matters. I think as long as I get a cat mount, whether it's the story mode mount or the hard mode mount, it's not going to matter. I don't think anybody's really going to get the FOMO that people normally get for hard mode stuff for the event, for doing like the permadeaths like we had in the previous 9 seasons, you know, like the bloody footprints being the best example of that. Like everybody wanted those. So much so that they brought them back for season 5. The FOMO, that was probably the biggest FOMO item that we've had in this game. You know, the fear of missing out is what FOMO, right? So I will spend some time optimizing my gear and stuff later. I actually really want to eat for Saturday night, like chill out. I'm really happy you guys hung out with me tonight. We listened to 2 Sherlock Holmes stories. I hope you guys enjoyed them. They were good. I got more every Saturday. We're going to do story time. So we'll probably listen to 2 stories while I game. Generally, I'm playing DDO, right? If some other game comes out like Path of Exile 2 or something else, then we might play that. But I'll always try to find some story for us to listen to. They're not going to be very long, usually under an hour each. So a couple hours to do that. It's pretty chill. And then gaming and talking and doing stuff like that. I hope you guys are having fun if you're doing the hardcore event and you're staying safe in the lag. Like I said, if anybody needs a guild invite or any help on the Cormir server, just send me a tell. I'm happy to help.